Welcome back to Infinite Novel Audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share. Chapter 1. The Blackening System. I am Qian Daoliu. Spirit City, Douluo Hall. Angel Temple. Inside the incomparably vast and magnificent main hall, the lights were bright, filled with a majestic and solemn atmosphere. This was the place where the angel god, whom Spirit Hall worshipped, was enshrined. In the center of the hall stood a lifelike statue of the angel god, carved entirely from white jade, adorned with gold inlay for clothing, bearing 6 wings on its back, holding a holy sword and wearing a compassionate expression. To the side, there was a small door. Inside was the ancestral hall, where the memorial tablets of the Qian family's ancestors were enshrined. At this moment, inside the ancestral hall, a man dressed in golden robes, tall and well-built with long, flowing golden hair and a handsome face, who was lying on the ground, slowly awoke from his coma. Where am I? Just waking up, the man sat up from the ground, his eyes still filled with confusion. The next moment, a torrent of memories surged in, causing his head to ache as if it were splitting. After receiving the memories, he finally understood where he currently was. Damn it. I transmigrated to the Douluo Continent and reincarnated as Qian Daoliu. Qian Daoliu was somewhat shocked. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary university student on Blue Star, facing the fate of being unemployed upon graduation in an economic downturn. After graduation, he looked for jobs everywhere. On the road, he was accidentally rear-ended by a semi-trailer truck, physically having a stroke of great luck. After transmigrating to the Douluo Continent, he hadn't awakened his past life memories at first, so the plot developed just like in the original work. Until a few days ago, his son, Qian Xunji, who had gone to hunt down Tang Hao and was nearly killed in retaliation, was carried back severely injured. Just yesterday, he suddenly received news that his son, Qian Xunji, who had been lying in bed recovering from his injuries, had succumbed to them and unfortunately passed away. But upon seeing his deceased son, the original owner immediately realized that he hadn't died from unhealed injuries, but had been poisoned to death. As for the culprit, it couldn't be more obvious. However, the original owner was an old fogey who was soft-hearted, indecisive, overly cautious, had a strong sense of morality, and was inflexible. Even though he knew who the culprit was, out of concern for his granddaughter, Qian Rengsu, and the fact that family scandals should not be made public, he still couldn't bring himself to take action. He could only sit alone in the ancestral hall of the Angel Temple, dull as rotting wood, filled with agonizing grief and sorrow, staring at his son Qian Xunji's memorial tablet. In extreme grief and regret, he passed out. Eventually, he awakened his past life memories and became the current Qian Daoliu. However, Qian Daoliu felt no sympathy for the original owner's grief and sorrow. In his view, this was all the original owner's own doing. Although it could be said that the direct cause of Spirit Hall's destruction was the love-brained nature of the 3 women of Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, Qian Rengsu, and Hu Liena, if one traced it further back, it was the secret room Douluo, Qian Xunji, who had caused it all. But ultimately, wasn't the root cause of everything the original owner, that old fogey who considered himself righteous, upheld justice and promises, but was actually soft-hearted, indecisive, and fond of fame. If the original owner had been decisive and had raised his son, Qian Xunji, to be the same, he would have executed that ungrateful, treacherous, white-eyed wolf Bibi Dong the moment she was exposed. Then none of this would have happened. Or even if not, when avenging his son, Qian Daoliu could have ignored that ridiculous promise to Tang Chen and directly led people to wipe out the Clear Sky Sect. At the same time, he could have hunted down Tang Hao until he died, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots, and there wouldn't have been so many issues. But the original owner wanted to pin the blame on Tang Hao while being soft-hearted and uneasy in his conscience. In the end, he formed a life-and-death enmity with the Clear Sky Sect, yet still spared their lives. He issued a wanted order for Tang Hao, but turned a blind eye, allowing Tang Hao not even to hide his name, and he actually lived in seclusion peacefully in Saint Spirit Village for decades. It was absurd. There were clearly so many opportunities. As long as they were seized, the future ending of Spirit Hall's destruction could have been avoided. Yet that old Foji Qian Daoliu, limited by his own conscience, morals, and various factors of justice, chose to let things slide every single time, constantly going easy on them. In the end, he left everything to the wisdom of the next generation, sacrificing himself to let Qian Rengsu become a god to handle everything. But unfortunately, under his guidance, Qian Rengsu was also a soft-hearted, naive fool. There were several times she could have crushed Tang San to death, but she let him escape every time. In the end, she let him turn the tables. Thinking about this, Qian Daoliu felt nothing but frustration that the iron didn't turn into steel. If it were him, he would absolutely never do such soft-hearted, indecisive, and brainless things. Since they were already enemies, he would naturally have to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Otherwise, it would be a future hazard. Furthermore, how sick was this original owner's brain? He actually sent his talented granddaughter, the only descendant under his knees and the only heir of the Qian family, to risk her life and infiltrate the side of Zhu Qinghe, the eldest prince of the Heaven Dew Empire. He even wanted his granddaughter to replace Zhu Qinghe, walking on thin ice in Heaven Dew Imperial City, fighting for power and profit, and engaging in battles of wits with countless people and factions. Was it worth it? This kind of thing was both dangerous and useless. Please, this world of ours is a fantasy world where strength is respected. Spirit Hall clearly possesses the strength to crush the continent, so why must we abide by those damn rules and insist on usurping the Heaven Dew Empire's army? Couldn't you have thought of a way to build your own army? Using your own people, wouldn't that be more reassuring? For this kind of thing, Qian Daoliu could think of several ways just by casually thinking about it. And even if this matter were exposed, causing opposition from the Heaven Dew Empire and the Star Luo Empire, as long as you took the various elders from the Elder Hall and went for a stroll around the Heaven Dew Imperial Palace and Star Luo Imperial Palace, who would dare to say another word? Could it be that there are really so many selfless good people in the world, whose family isn't counting on others to be the first to step out and die, to be the vanguard for the king? With this mentality, as long as you establish deterrence, you can definitely boil the frog in warm water, allowing Spirit Hall to grow powerful and uncontrollable step by step, becoming completely invincible in the world. Original owner, original owner. You were truly too useless. You had such a good hand, and you played it like that. Thinking of the future in the original work, Qian Daoliu only felt his blood pressure rising straight up. But since I am now Qian Daoliu, watch how I turn the future around and let Spirit Hall rule the world. Qian Daoliu clenched his fists and thought secretly in his heart. Ding. System is binding. Just at this moment, following the sound of ding, a cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Welcome to using the blackening system. This system aims to help those good-natured people whose lives have fallen into a failed fate due to being too soft-hearted, to change their destiny and welcome a new life. As long as the host performs blackening actions, the system will grant rewards. Detected that the host is using this system for the first time. Would you like to claim the novice gift pack? What, the blackening system? He didn't expect that, just after awakening his past life memories, the blackening system would be activated. Qian Daoliu couldn't help but feel very surprised and excited. Although he believed that with his astonishing wisdom and means compared to the people of the Douluo Continent, if it were him, he could definitely help Spirit Hall change its fate of destruction and rule the world. But in his previous life, there were too many conspiracy theories on the internet. Plus, the plot of the Douluo Continent really couldn't withstand scrutiny. There was a high probability that Tang Sen indeed had the protection of the Asura god behind him. And the sea god Poseidon, for his own interests, would not want to see Spirit Hall unify the continent either. If these guesses were true, then relying solely on himself to completely change the fate of Spirit Hall might still be a bit difficult. But now, with the system, Qian Daoliu's confidence increased 100-fold. Chapter 2, Spirit Evolution Bibi Dong. Even if he knows the truth, what can he dare do to me? System, claim the novice gift pack. After calming his mood, Qian Daoliu immediately thought to himself. The next moment, the system's cold voice rang out. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have obtained a Spirit Evolution Opportunity X1. At the moment the reward was issued, Qian Daoliu immediately felt it. A warm current filled with light and holy aura instantly surged into his limbs and bones, finally converging deep within his body, where his spirit resided. In an instant, a brilliant and dazzling golden holy light erupted from within Qian Daoliu's body, illuminating the entire angel temple. Behind him, the seraphim spirit quietly emerged, spreading its 3 pairs of snow-white wings. However, under the golden holy light, the appearance of the seraphim spirit began to change. The figure that originally resembled the angel god, along with the indistinct face obscured by holy light, quickly transformed into the likeness of Qian Daoliu. Behind him, those 3 pairs of snow-white wings also turned into a brilliant gold, and another pair of wings grew out. It changed from a seraphim spirit into an 8-winged angel. However, because Qian Daoliu's cultivation had already reached the theoretical limit of the Spirit Master System, arriving at a level 99 limit Douluo. Therefore, in terms of cultivation, Qian Daoliu did not achieve another breakthrough. But the evolution of his spirit undoubtedly allowed Qian Daoliu's strength to increase significantly. Now, facing Tang Chen again, Qian Daoliu was absolutely confident he could defeat him. Of course, in his view, the original body could have actually defeated Tang Chen as well. After all, one was a heavy-armored warrior running on the ground. Even if he could fly, could his speed and agility compare to the original body possessing the seraphim spirit? As the possessor of the seraphim spirit primarily relied on spirit abilities for damage, akin to a battle mage, and was not adept at close combat. The original body clearly could have used the advantage of flight to continuously attack from a distance with spirit abilities, kiting Tang Chen, finding an opportunity to defeat Tang Chen. Yet the original body insisted on fighting Tang Chen on the ground, and even took that full-power Great Sumeru hammer, ring explosion head-on, ultimately suffering defeat. Isn't that stupid? That Great Sumeru hammer of Tang Chen's was just a throwing attack, and it couldn't lock onto the target. You were so stubborn, couldn't you even dodge it? In any case, thinking about the past actions of the original body, Qian Daoliu just felt his blood pressure rising. In the ancestral hall of the angel temple, Qian Daoliu's figure was tall and straight, his expression cold, and his golden robes were noble and majestic. After adjusting his appearance, he turned and strode out of the ancestral hall, walking towards the gate of the angel temple. The previous Qian Daoliu was truly too soft-hearted and indecisive, to the extent that he allowed that ungrateful, treacherous ingrate to survive for so long, and even when his granddaughter was called a bastard and his son was poisoned to death, he couldn't bring himself to act against that ingrate. It was simply ridiculous. Now, since he had arrived, letting that ingrate live for even one more second was a gift from heaven. Thinking of killing Bibi Dong, given the style of the original body, that would definitely be an act of turning evil. Qian Daoliu felt very expectant inside, waiting to see what rewards he could get from the system after killing Bibi Dong. This ungrateful ingrate could use her own life to become the resource for his increase in strength. This could be considered the only value this ingrate could provide after eating and drinking for free in their spirit hall for so many years and enjoying so many resources. Of course, he would kill Bibi Dong with his own hands. His granddaughter Qian Rengsu would definitely be very sad if she learned the news. But so what? Qian Daoliu's heart was as cold as iron. As the only descendant of the Qian family of this generation and the current sole successor of the Spirit Hall, his granddaughter Qian Rengsu carried a heavy responsibility. He must make her understand the cruelty and essence of this world. If he didn't tell her about any dark matters, then he would only be raising a soft-hearted, naive fool. In the hands of such a naive fool, the future destruction of the Spirit Hall was undoubtedly inevitable. When the time came, he would bring his granddaughter back from the Heaven-Dew Empire and tell her the whole truth. If she could understand, that would naturally be best. In the future, he would personally teach his granddaughter, training her into a qualified future Spirit Hall Supreme Pontiff and head of the Qian family. If she didn't understand, that would also be fine. He wasn't a simp like the original body. After meeting that Bo Saixi, he was unforgettable at first sight. Having only married one wife and fathered one son, he started to keep himself chaste. Isn't that brain dead? As a limit Douluo with a maximum lifespan exceeding 1,000 years. Only 100 years old, this was the prime age for striving. Having a dozen or 20 more children, Qian Daoliu believed it wouldn't be a problem. If the eldest granddaughter grew up crooked, then he would just create more accounts to train, selecting the most suitable successor for the Spirit Hall and the Qian family. Greetings, High Priest. After Qian, Daoliu walked out of the Angel Temple. Outside the gate, the guarding Douluo warriors immediately knelt on one knee in unison, shouting respectfully. No need for formalities. Upon hearing Qian Daoliu's indifferent voice, the crowd of Douluo warriors raised their heads, only to see that Qian Daoliu's figure had already drifted away, reaching the end of the corridor. Why does it feel like the High Priest has become a bit different? Watching Qian Daoliu's departing figure, the group of Douluo warriors couldn't help but feel suspicious. And utilizing his limit Douluo cultivation, Qian Daoliu walked with his hands behind his back, his expression cold, covering several meters in a single step, as if shrinking the earth into inches, and soon exited the Douluo Hall. Supreme Pontiff Palace. In the vast hall that used to be magnificent and solemn, white silk was hung everywhere, and the ground was filled with various wreaths and sacrificial items, decorated as a mourning hall. As the current Supreme Pontiff of the Spirit Hall, the death of Qian Xunji was undoubtedly a major event. Although the spirit tablet had already been placed in the Qian family's ancestral hall, the coffin containing Qian Xunji's body was still placed in the main hall of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. For the high-level officials above Cardinal in Spirit City, as well as the hall masters of the Wuhan branch halls above the level of major spirit subhalls, to come and pay their respects and observe a moment of silence. At this moment, inside the mourning hall, as Qian Xunji's nominal wife, Bibi Dong was dressed in plain white mourning clothes, kneeling before the coffin, her head lowered, her shoulders still slightly heaving, emitting bursts of woo-woo sounds as if she were crying. If others saw this, they would surely exclaim, "What deep affection between husband and wife." But the actual situation was not so. Only to see that on Bibi Dong's lowered head, that noble and cold face from before was now full of pleasure and distortion, her jade hands clenched, and she was laughing wildly in her heart. "Qian Xunji, you beast, you are finally dead. Daring to treat me like that, making me give birth to a bastard, and destroying the relationship between me and Xiaogang. I should have killed you long ago. Just you wait. Not only will I kill you, but I will also become the Supreme Pontiff of your Spirit Hall." In the future, I will personally destroy your spirit hall and your Qian family. Although she also knew that her method of committing the crime was too crude. That old fellow would definitely be able to tell. But so what? That old fellow was soft-hearted, indecisive, and also cared about his reputation. I am the mother of that bastard. Family scandals should not be made public. Does he dare to tell this truth and kill me? Thinking of this, the corner of Bibi Dong's mouth curled into a disdainful smile. The high priest has arrived. Just at this moment, a chorus of shouts rang out. A tall and straight figure walked into the main hall of the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Chapter 3. Executing Bibi Dong in public, the high priest turns dark after losing his son. In an instant, an incomparably powerful and indescribable pressure, like Mount Tai collapsing, suddenly raged and descended upon the main hall with a boom. The air seemed to freeze, the flames on the white candles flickered, and the white curtains hanging in the hall stopped swaying. Everyone felt as if they were suffocating, struggling to breathe. At this moment, Bibi Dong, who was kneeling before the coffin with her head bowed, pretending to weep, turned flushed. Shocked and angry, she turned her head to look behind her. What is this old thing doing? But when she saw Qian Daoliu walking slowly from behind, Bibi Dong felt her heart pounding, her blood seemed to stop flowing, and her body became incredibly rigid. Although he still looked the same as always. But at this moment, Qian Daoliu's expression was cold and emotionless. His golden robes were as noble and majestic as ever, yet they were filled with a coldness and solemnity that inspired fear and dread. Compared to before, it was as if he had become a different person. High Priest. In the morning hall, a cardinal stared blankly at Qian Daoliu's figure, feeling as if he barely recognized him. After walking into the main hall, Qian Daoliu stopped and locked his cold, indifferent gaze onto Bibi Dong, who was kneeling on the ground. Bibi Dong, do you know your crime? Qian Daoliu's cold voice rang out in the main hall. At this, Bibi Dong shuddered and finally snapped back to reality. On her noble and cold, beautiful face, she forced a fake smile. High Priest, I do not understand what you mean. You don't understand. Qian Daoliu's lips curled into a cold arc, and he waved his hand. A surge of majestic spirit power whistled out, directly flipping open the lid of Qian Xunji's coffin, revealing the corpse of Qian Xunji inside, with his face purple and lips black, clearly poisoned to death. Unlike his original self, who was overly concerned with saving face and felt that family scandals should not be made public, to the point of not daring to reveal the truth that Qian Xunji was poisoned by Bibi Dong, and even letting Bibi Dong become the Supreme Pontiff, he would not be concerned with such things. The face and reputation of the Qian family were never built upon these empty names. They were forged by the powerful strength of their ancestors throughout the generations and the contributions of Spirit Hall to the continent. True powerhouses are never afraid to face their own problems and mistakes. Only cowardly and weak rats would be so timid. As the saying goes, there is no destruction without construction, and there is no construction without destruction. Only by having the courage to break everything can one create a more glorious future. When they saw Qian Daoliu directly flip the lid of Qian Xunji's coffin, many people were stunned on the spot, their minds going blank, because Qian Daoliu's behavior was completely contrary to their understanding. The high priest of the past would absolutely never have done such a thing. Could it be that the high priest has turned dark and demonic due to the pain of losing his son? However, at this moment, someone noticed that Qian Xunji's face was purple and his lips were black. This clearly wasn't death from an untreated serious injury, but rather poisoning. Suddenly, thinking of a terrifying guess, many people's expressions changed drastically on the spot, and they felt terrified inside. It couldn't be. After releasing his spirit power and flipping open Qian Xunji's coffin lid with one strike, Qian Daoliu walked forward coldly, pointed at Qian Xunji's corpse, and sneered. You don't understand. Then I will make you understand clearly. You said Jir died from an untreated serious injury, but his face is purple and his lips are black. He was clearly poisoned. During Jir's recovery period, only you went to see him alone and you had the motive. Who else could the murderer be besides you? Bibi Dong, I have tolerated you for a long time. You are an ingrate who, for the sake of a hypocritical, shameless, cowardly, and incompetent piece of trash, disregarded the years of upbringing and cultivation from our spirit hall, and would rather betray our spirit hall to elope with him. You should have been executed long ago. Will you commit suicide to atone for your crimes, or should I do it myself? He's crazy. He's really crazy. They never expected that Qian Daoliu, the good guy who had always valued face above all else, was soft-hearted and indecisive, would actually dare to point out her crimes in public and reveal what happened back then. More importantly, he actually called Xiaogang a hypocritical, shameless, cowardly, and incompetent piece of trash. Bibi Dong clenched her fists, her livid face twisting. The oppression and resentment accumulated over many years, along with boundless rage, erupted at this moment. He deserves to die, Bibi Dong shrieked in a voice filled with hatred and malice. Old thing, I have tolerated you Qian family for a long time too. People who don't know any better think you Qian family are so kind, righteous, and honorable. But in reality, you are all animals. One old animal, one young animal. Xiaogang just has a lower cultivation, but he is intelligent, capable, broad-minded, kind, and loving. Far better than you two-faced Qian family members. I only wanted to be with Xiaogang. It's not like I wanted to betray Spirit Hall, but you wouldn't agree no matter what, even when I threatened to die. That animal even locked me in a secret room, imprisoned me there to torture me, forced me to give birth to that bastard, and forcibly tore me and Xiaogang apart. Is this what you Qian family members, who claim to be righteous and honorable, are like? Ah. Facing Bibi Dong's questioning, which was filled with hatred and malice, Qian Daoliu was actually very dissatisfied with Qian Xunji in his heart. This brain-damaged, useless son, discovering that this Bibi Dong had become an ungrateful, two-faced ingrate, whether to kill her or cripple her, take her and that Yu Xiaogang to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect to demand accountability and extract heavy compensation. Anything would have been better. Why did he have to lock her in a secret room? What? As the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, were you lacking women? This Bibi Dong's talent is indeed good, with twin spirits, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor, but both these spirits conflict with our Qian family's Seraphim spirit. Being able to give birth to Qian Rengsu, whose aptitude was enough to trigger the Angel 9 trials, was due to the blessing of our ancestors. The ancestral graves were smoking. But if it hadn't worked out, producing a child with conflicting spirit attributes and degraded mutations was entirely possible. Why go and do such a thing and tarnish the reputation of their Qian family? However, although he was very dissatisfied with Qian Xunji in his heart, as Qian Xunji's father, the current patriarch of the Qian family, the high priest of Spirit Hall, and the future supreme pontiff, Qian Daoliu certainly had to whitewash Qian Xunji's actions. At the very least, it had to make sense on the surface. HMPH, Qian Daoliu snorted coldly and mocked. You brainless idiot, what do you know? Do you think Jir was attracted by your beauty? Jir, as the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall, could have any woman he wanted. In my vast Spirit Hall, are there no women more beautiful than you? Moreover, your talent is indeed good, but your spirits are the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor, both of which have attribute conflicts with my Qian family's Seraphim spirit. Expecting you to bear children was completely unnecessary and would only be counterproductive. It was just that you wanted to elope with that hypocritical, shameless, cowardly, and incompetent piece of trash, which is a great crime of betrayal. According to the rules of our Spirit Hall, you must be judged and executed. Jir was soft-hearted and couldn't bear to do it, so he painfully locked you in a secret room, wanting to spare your life. Yet, not only did you not understand and feel grateful, but you actually held a grudge and poisoned Jir. He was truly blind to have tarnished his own reputation, and even more so the reputation of my Qian family, for a woman like you with a heart of a scorpion and a snake, who has no sense of gratitude. Damn, so that's what His Holiness the Pope was thinking, because Qian Daoliu's explanation indeed had some logic and made sense. In the main hall, many people who knew about this matter couldn't help but be shocked, their hearts filled with sympathy for Qian Xunji. Their spirit hall was truly unfortunate, to have raised such an ungrateful, two-faced, snake-hearted woman. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Facing Qian Daoliu's explanation, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes immediately turned red. She panted heavily, clenched her jade hands, completely unable to believe or understand, and shrieked hysterically. If this was really the case, then what did that make her? This is impossible. HMPH, I can't be bothered to talk to an idiot like you. Having committed the crime of betrayal, you now dare to poison the Supreme Pontiff. I declare you sentenced to death. After explaining what needed to be explained, Qian Daoliu's expression remained cold. Not bothering to argue with Bibi Dong anymore, he flashed directly in front of her. His right hand lit up with brilliant holy light, and he struck toward Bibi Dong's forehead. At this moment, Bibi Dong had just killed Qian Xunji, devoured his angel soul, and opened the Rakshasa god trials. Her cultivation was far from reaching the titled Douluo level. She was only a spirit Douluo. In front of Qian Daoliu, Bibi Dong had no power to resist. She could only watch helplessly as Qian Daoliu's palm, filled with angelic spirit power, struck her forehead. The next moment, Bibi Dong's body instantly seemed to ignite with brilliant golden flames. Under the purification of the sacred and righteous angelic spirit power, Bibi Dong felt as if concentrated sulfuric acid had been poured into her body, and her spirit power was being dissolved. Amidst incomparable pain and shrill screams, black smoke rose from Bibi Dong's body, her flesh decayed, and finally her body collapsed, falling to the ground, Bibi Dong dead. However, because her spirits, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor, had evolved into an 8-winged angel. The seraphim spirit itself possesses spiritual attributes. After evolving into an 8-winged angel, the quality of the spiritual attributes was elevated to the extreme. Qian Daoliu felt that Bibi Dong's soul was suddenly pulled out of her body by an inexplicable force and disappeared. This caused him to frown slightly. Chapter 4, Bibi Dong Resurrected plus Reborn, Reward. Second Spirit, 8-winged fallen angel. On the other side, in a forest thousands of miles away, space seemed to suddenly crack open, and a soul was thrown out from within. The next moment, a continuous stream of purple-black energy surged forth, converging toward that formless soul. On the grass, a massive purple-black cocoon of light gradually condensed. Successive heartbeats of bang, bang, bang gradually sounded. Soon, the purple-black cocoon of light shattered, revealing a figure. This was a tall and curvaceous woman, wearing a gorgeous black dress embroidered with gold thread. Her orange hair was draped over her shoulders, and she had an exquisite and beautiful face, with curved willow leaf eyebrows, a pert nose, and pink, moist lips. If Qian Daoliu were here, he would certainly recognize her. This woman was none other than Bibi Dong, whom he had just killed. At this moment, Bibi Dong lay on the grass, her exquisite and beautiful face full of pain, feeling torrents of memories raging in her mind. For a moment, she was the holy maiden of Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, who had just poisoned that damnable beast to avenge herself, plotting to ascend the throne as the new Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, seeking revenge on the Qian family, Spirit Hall, and the world. The next moment, she became the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall and Empress of the Spirit Empire, who had served for many years, having established the Spirit Empire to exact revenge on the Qian family, Spirit Hall, and the continent, igniting a war that engulfed the continent, preparing to unify it. In this memory, she had also achieved the status of Rakshasa god, and together with her daughter Qian Rengsu, who had achieved the status of angel god, was about to successfully lead the Spirit Empire to unify the continent. But unfortunately, it was ruined by a guy named Tang San, who had achieved the status of sea god and Rakshasa god. And in order to protect her daughter Qian Rengsu, she had taken a fatal blow for her, dying in Qian Rengsu's arms filled with regret and unwillingness. Ridiculous. How could I possibly die for that damnable spawn? During the process of the two memories merging, Bibi Dong held her head, feeling as if it were splitting apart, roaring in her heart. But in the end, it was the memory of the Bibi Dong who had achieved the status of Rakshasa god that gained the upper hand, completely covering the other memory. The soul and personality formed by it took control of this body. The current Bibi Dong could be called the reborn, second playthrough, Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, my god-chosen one. This time, you were killed by that high priest of the angel god. Considering that you passed my trials and successfully opened the 9 Rakshasa trials, I have resurrected you. But my mercy is limited. There will not be a second such opportunity. After resurrecting Bibi Dong, the Rakshasa god's cold and indifferent female voice rang out in Bibi Dong's mind. In her tone, there was a faint hint of heartache. Because compared to the sea god Poseidon, the Rakshasa god had almost no faith on the Douluo planet and was being watched by the Asura god. For her to want to resurrect, Bibi Dong was not a simple or easy matter. This time, in resurrecting Bibi Dong, she had consumed a significant amount of the faith energy she had stored up over all these years. After accepting the memory of the other Bibi Dong in her mind and hearing the Rakshasa god's voice, the current Bibi Dong was filled with shock and disbelief. Did I, reborn? Not expecting that she would have another chance, Bibi Dong was so excited that she shed tears, her delicate body trembling. Great. This is just too great. In her previous life, although her plan to take revenge on the Qian family, Spirit Hall, and the world had nearly succeeded, she had been angered by Yu Xiaogeng being with Liu Erlong. Driven by jealousy and rage, she sent people to conduct the hunting spirit operation, wiping out the blue lightning Tyrant dragon sect. This caused her beloved Xiaogeng to view her as a mortal enemy, never able to forgive her. After executing the hunting spirit operation and wiping out the blue lightning Tyrant dragon sect, she actually regretted it in her heart. But unfortunately, everything was irreversible. But now, heaven had given her another chance. This time, she would surely do better. Your Holiness Rakshasa God, I promise I will be more cautious and careful in the future. After composing her excited emotions, Bibi Dong stood up from the grass, hurriedly bowed respectfully, and gave her assurance. I hope so. The Rakshasa god's voice said faintly, noncommittally. Then she vanished. Because in her previous life, she had served as the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall for over 20 years, and had achieved the status of Rakshasa god and Empress of the Spirit Empire. For so many years, no one dared to be disrespectful to her, let alone question her. After suppressing her inner discomfort and apologizing to the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong couldn't help but furrow her willow leaf eyebrows, feeling suspicious and uncertain. What is going on? Initially, upon discovering she had been reborn, Bibi Dong was very excited and happy. However, after accepting the memory of her younger self, Bibi Dong was stunned. She felt as if something was wrong with her memories. How could her younger self have been killed by that pushover, soft-hearted, and indecisive old good guy, Qian Daoliu? Clearly, in her previous life, even when she poisoned His Holiness the Pope Qian Xunji, that old thing didn't dare to make a sound. Why did he suddenly change his nature in this life? Something is wrong. Very wrong. Bibi Dong frowned deeply. Because she had just been reborn, this gave Bibi Dong a shock, and she couldn't help but form a guess. Could this old thing have been reborn just like her? In this life, has this old thing learned from the lessons of the previous life, and thus is no longer so soft-hearted? For a moment, Bibi Dong panicked. It wasn't that she was panicking for herself, because she had already been killed. That old thing probably didn't even know she had been resurrected. What she was panicking about was mainly that if this old thing had also been reborn, then starting from killing her, would this old thing also make a move against Xiaogeng? No. She had to hurry to Nodding Academy to find Xiaogeng and take him away. Otherwise, if she were a step too late and that old thing killed Xiaogeng, then what would be the point of her rebirth? Bibi Dong hurriedly circulated her spirit power, and along the nearby road, she leaped and flew. She prepared to first find a human settlement to figure out her current location, and then go to Notting Academy to find her beloved Xiaogeng. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Inside Qian Xunji's memorial hall. Having witnessed with their own eyes Qian Daoliu killing Bibi Dong with a single strike, causing a pile of spirit bones to explode out, the surrounding cardinals and the Wuhan branch hall masters who had returned to Spirit City to pay their respects were stunned, unable to believe it. Although they had figured out the sequence of events after hearing Qian Daoliu's words, it turned out that the Supreme Pontiff, Qian Xunji, had actually been poisoned by the holy maiden Bibi Dong. It was still unimaginable to everyone that such a soft-hearted person as the high priest would actually kill the holy maiden Bibi Dong. Could it be that the high priest had experienced the pain of losing his son? His mentality had changed drastically, and he had completely turned dark. And after killing Bibi Dong, the cold voice of the blackening system suddenly sounded in Qian Daoliu's mind. Detected host killed Bibi Dong. Compared to the host's original persona, this behavior meets the blackening standard. System is drawing rewards. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the second spirit, 8-winged fallen angel. Chapter 5. Without darkness and evil, how can light and justice be highlighted? After the system finished announcing the rewards, Qian Daoliu immediately sensed a strange, warm current instantly surging into his body. Vaguely, Qian Daoliu seemed to see. In a pitch-black sea of consciousness, a figure wearing a pitch-black robe, with shoulder-length silver hair, looking exactly like himself, incomparably handsome. However, the temperament was cold and evil, with 4 pairs of pitch-black wings unfurled behind, and the whole body exuding deep darkness and negative aura, quietly condensing into shape. Obviously, this was his second spirit, the 8-winged fallen angel. Second spirit, 8-winged fallen angel. Interesting. He didn't expect the system's reward for a second spirit to be the 8-winged fallen angel. Qian Daoliu narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself. Because he had bound the blackening system after killing Bibi Dong. Qian Daoliu thought about the future, how to carry out blackening actions. Besides exterminating the Clear Sky Sect, holding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect accountable, and hunting down Tang Hao, he certainly needed other methods. Ideally, something that could be carried out over a long period. In this regard, the first thing Qian Daoliu thought of was to make the Holy Spirit cult appear 10,000 years early, letting the continent experience a little bit of the evil spirit master, shock. After all, without the contrast of evil spirit masters, how could their spirit hall appear bright and righteous? Without evil spirit masters bringing darkness and fear to the continent, the spirit master's world would probably never know how to be grateful for the safety and order their spirit hall brought to the continent. This is human nature. And to make the Holy Spirit cult appear early, he would certainly need to create it himself. After all, such things are not easy to entrust to others. If he only had the 8-winged angel spirit, it would be difficult to operate. But with this 8-winged fallen angel spirit, it would undoubtedly be much easier. Now, I am announcing some matters. In the morning hall of the Supreme Pontiff Palace, after killing Bibi Dong, Qian Daoliu first reached out and waved, collecting the several spirit bones that had burst out from the ground into his spirit tool, and then looked at the cardinals in front of him, as well as the Wuhan branch hall masters who had returned to Spirit City to mourn Qian Xunji, and said, although Xunji was poisoned by Bibi Dong, if it weren't for that Tang Hao severely injuring Xunji, Bibi Dong would never have had the chance to poison him. Therefore, the crime of killing Xunji must still be borne by that Tang Hao. Certainly, High Priest is right. This Tang Hao is the culprit all along. Exactly, it should be so. In the morning hall, a group of cardinals and Wuhan branch hall masters immediately echoed in agreement, looking as if they understood everything. Family scandals must not be spread. They were all high-level members of Spirit Hall, and the reputation of Spirit Hall was closely tied to their interests. Regarding the truth of the death of His Holiness the Pope, Qian Xunji, they would certainly keep their mouths shut and would not reveal a single word to the outside world. And this Tang Hao dared to kill Xunji. Xunji was my son, and even more so, the Supreme Pontiff of our Spirit Hall. Someone dared to kill the Supreme Pontiff. This is a monstrous crime. Our Spirit Hall must let this world know what a huge crime it is to dare to kill the Supreme Pontiff of our Spirit Hall. That Tang Hao's whereabouts are unknown, but he is a member of the Clear Sky Sect. This punishment shall be borne by the Clear Sky Sect. Qian Daoliu's eyes were full of killing intent. He clenched his fists, his tone cold, and he said chillingly, "Now, immediately summon all deacons in Spirit City with cultivation above the Spirit King level, as well as the titled Douluo level elders for me. From now on, the position of Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall will be held by me once again. I will lead the Spirit Masters of our Spirit Hall to the Heaven Dew Imperial City to exterminate the entire Clear Sky Sect, letting this world know the consequences of daring to kill the Supreme Pontiff of our Spirit Hall. Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope." Upon learning that Qian Daoliu was going to resume the position of Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, the group of cardinals and Wuhan Branch Hall masters were immediately invigorated and excited, kneeling down to Qian Daoliu one after another and shouting in unison. The high priest had reappeared, and it was suspected that he had been blackened by the pain of losing his son. Compared to the Qian Xunji era, their Spirit Hall was already more prestigious and had an extraordinary status during the Qian Daoliu era. In the Qian Xunji era, it was neither up nor down. And the only bad thing about Qian Daoliu serving as Supreme Pontiff was that he was a bit too soft-hearted. But now, this only shortcoming seemed to have been corrected. In the future, their Spirit Hall would surely become more glorious and great under the leadership of the High Priest. Oh no, under the leadership of His Holiness the Pope, Qian Daoliu. Moreover, the previous Clear Sky Douluo of the Clear Sky Sect, the invincible on land Tang Chen, had disappeared for many years. Perhaps he had already fallen. In the current Spirit Master's world, His Holiness the Pope, Qian Daoliu, was the strongest. As long as His Holiness the Pope was decisive in killing, who in the continent would dare to defy their Spirit Hall? After Qian Daoliu's order was issued, Spirit City immediately began to mobilize. All Spirit Masters with cultivation above the Spirit King level, who were executing tasks outside, were summoned back one after another. At the same time, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan, Ghost Douluo Gui Mei, Devil Bear Douluo, and Porcupinefish Douluo were all notified. Currently within Spirit Hall, the ordinary titled Douluo with cultivation below level 95 were only Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, Devil Bear Douluo, and Porcupinefish Douluo, as well as Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupinefish Douluo. Other future titled Douluo had not yet broken through. However, currently, Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupinefish Douluo were still by Qian Rengsu's side, secretly protecting her. In the Douluo Hall, Elder Hall. "Big brother, that's great. This is how it should be done." That Tang Hao dared to kill His Holiness the Pope. He ran away, but the Clear Sky Sect cannot escape. This time, let's use the blood of the Clear Sky Sect to manifest the majesty of our Spirit Hall. Upon learning that his soft-hearted eldest brother had finally hardened up and was going to exterminate the entire Clear Sky Sect to avenge the Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji, Lion Douluo couldn't help but be exceptionally excited, clenching his fists and waving them. Beside him, Green Phoenix Douluo frowned deeply, looking at the temperamentally changed and very cold-faced Qian Daoliu, feeling it was incredible. Why did it feel like Big Brother had become a different person? This change in temperament was simply too huge. However, regarding this, Green Phoenix Douluo could only sigh in his heart. He understood it as Big Brother Qian Daoliu being hit by the death of his son, Qian Xunji, his mentality changing greatly, and him becoming blackened. Big Brother, the Clear Sky Sect has many members and many experts. We might find it difficult to kill everyone in a short time. If someone escapes to the ancestral peak of the Clear Sky Sect, what should we do? As the most senior elder in Spirit Hall, Gold Crocodile Douluo was even older than Qian Daoliu, and could be said to have watched Qian Daoliu grow up. Therefore, he knew about the agreement and promise Qian Daoliu had made with Tang Hao back then, and couldn't help but hesitate and ask. I will certainly keep this promise. But the premise is that they must be able to climb that ancestral peak. Regarding this, Qian Daoliu's expression remained cold, but a hint of sarcasm curled at the corner of his mouth, and he sneered, speaking slowly. Chapter 6, Yuzaiyaging. Oh no, time to run. Spirit City, Supreme Pontiff Palace. Reporting to His Holiness the Pope, there is no blacksmith named Tang Hao in Saint Spirit Village. Inside the magnificent, golden palace, Qian Daoliu had changed into a golden Supreme Pontiff robe and sat upright on a magnificent throne. His handsome face, which looked like that of a young man, was filled with indifference and coldness as his right hand tapped lightly on the gilded armrest. Before him, a cardinal knelt on one knee, reporting respectfully. Although he was somewhat confused by this order from Qian Daoliu. Faced with the darkened Qian Daoliu, he did not dare to ask why Qian Daoliu wanted him to go to this place called Saint Spirit Village to search for that clear sky Douluo, Tang Hao. Perhaps His Holiness the Pope, in his immense grief, had been blessed by the great angel God and had foreseen the future. In any case, there must be a reason for His Holiness the Pope's command. So he isn't there. Qian Daoliu narrowed his eyes, not surprised in his heart. Although in the original story, Tang Hao had indeed taken Tang San and lived in seclusion in Saint Spirit Village. But since Tang Hao knew that the Clear Sky Sect had been heavily damaged by their spirit hall, forced into seclusion, and had retreated to the ancestral peak of the Clear Sky Sect, then he must have escaped from the hands of Qian Xunji. This Tang Hao must have taken Tang San through some large cities. Otherwise, in Saint Spirit Village, Tang Hao would likely not have been able to know this information. So perhaps, after Tang Hao detonated all 9 rings and killed his son Qian Xunji, he suffered serious injuries himself and first found a place to hide and heal for a period of time. After recovering sufficiently, he then took Tang San and left, intending to return to the Clear Sky Sect. On the way, he learned the news that the Clear Sky Sect had been heavily damaged by their spirit hall, suffering heavy casualties, and that his father had even died of anger because of him. Later, this Tang Hao might have returned to the ruins of the Clear Sky Sect, wept bitterly in sorrow, and only then taken Tang San to Saint Spirit Village located on the border to live in seclusion. I understand, you may leave. After collecting his thoughts, Qian Daoliu said indifferently. After the cardinal left, Qian Daoliu stood up from the throne and looked in a certain direction, as if he could see through the walls to the Clear Sky Sect. In those pale golden eyes, his gaze was deep and cold. Since Tang Hao is not in Saint Spirit Village, then let us first go and destroy the Clear Sky Sect and declare the wrath of their spirit hall to the world. Meanwhile, Nyoding City. After being resurrected by the Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong quickly figured out where she was now. Immediately after, she hurried with all her strength, heading straight for Nyoding City located on the border of the Fastness province. Because Spirit City and Nyoding City were both located on the border of the Heaven Dew Empire, the distance was not too far. Therefore, in less than 3 days, Bibi Dong successfully arrived in Nyoding City, made her way to Notting Academy, and found Yuzaiyaging's dormitory. At this moment, inside the dormitory, Yuzaiyaging was sitting at the desk. His once black, middle-parted short hair had been cut into a buzz cut. His face was full of stubble, and his expression was very stiff as he flipped through a book. However, although he was reading, Yu Xiaogeng's heart was somewhat unsettled, even rather irritable. Because ever since he arrived at this nodding academy, the dean, Fenosi, had repeatedly requested him tactfully, hoping he could teach classes at Nodding Academy and instruct the students in knowledge about spirit masters and spirit beasts. But to be honest, he was not willing. You must know, in order to learn that precious knowledge about spirit masters and spirit beasts from Spirit Hall, he had not hesitated to lower his own dignity to approach the Spirit Hall holy maiden, Bibi Dong, only then learning this precious knowledge. If it were someone with talent who was qualified to be his disciple, he would certainly be willing to pass on this knowledge. But the students in this Nodding Academy were all mediocre talents and peasants. They were simply unworthy of his precious knowledge, unworthy of being taught personally by him, the dignified young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Therefore, Yu Xiaogeng was not willing to teach at Nodding Academy at all, and he always pretended not to hear Fenosi's hints. However, after eating and drinking for free at Nodding Academy for so many years without ever teaching a class, some teachers and students began to mock and ridicule him, calling him a freeloader, a waste, and a clown grandmaster. This made Yu Xiaogeng somewhat unhappy. I merely ate some meals from your Nodding Academy cafeteria. As the dignified young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and a master of martial soul theory, it is your honor that I can eat the food in your cafeteria, and yet you dare to gossip about it. However, although he was angry, Yu Xiaogeng still chose to endure it. There was no other way. When under someone else's roof, one must bow one's head. Who asked him to have low strength? Furthermore, because he was afraid of losing face and the strange looks others might give him, he was unwilling to reveal his identity as the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. He, Yu Xiaogeng, had always known how to advance and retreat. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a knock on the door suddenly rang out. Who is it? Yu Xiaogeng frowned, stood up, walked to the door with a stiff expression, and opened it. Xiaogeng. Seeing her beloved Xiaogeng again, Bibi Dong's beautiful eyes turned red. She clenched her delicate hands, and her exquisite and beautiful face was filled with longing and emotion as she said excitedly, Bibi Dong, why would she come to find me? He didn't expect Bibi Dong to come looking for him. Yu Xiaogeng's body suddenly stiffened, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. However, Yu Xiaogeng knew very well how to deal with Bibi Dong. On that stiff face, a flash of shock and astonishment first appeared, followed by a glimmer of pain in his eyes, and he spoke. Bibi Dong, what are you here for? Yu Xiaogeng clenched his fists, as if trying his best to calm his mood, and said in a low voice, Xiaogeng, I'm here to take you away from here. Hearing Yu Xiaogeng's question, Bibi Dong also took a deep breath, regained her composure, and said hurriedly, You must have heard the news that the nuclear sky Douluo, Tang Hao, killed my teacher, Qian Xunji. In the pain of losing his son, Qian Daoliu's temperament has changed drastically. He has gone completely mad. He has now become incredibly cold-blooded, cruel, and ruthless. I only helped you look at some secret books of our spirit hall that were not meant for public release, and he held me accountable, nearly killed me, and even wants to exterminate the entire Clear Sky sect. I am worried that he will also make a move against you. So after finding out your location, I came to find you immediately. For the sake of safety, we must leave here quickly and hide. What? Hearing this, Yu Xiaogeng's expression changed. He simply couldn't believe it. This Qian Daoliu, in the pain of losing his son, had his temperament change greatly and went completely mad. Because he had stayed in Spirit City before, he also knew about Qian Daoliu. In Spirit City, Qian Daoliu's image had always been that of a gentle, benevolent, and easygoing, kind person. Yu Xiaogeng could not imagine that Qian Daoliu would become incredibly cold-blooded, cruel, and ruthless. But the pain of losing a son causing his temperament to change drastically was not impossible. Thinking of how he had used Bibi Dong back then to violate rules and read many secret books of Spirit Hall that were not for public release. For a moment, Yu Xiaogeng felt very guilty and panicked. If Qian Daoliu could nearly kill even Bibi Dong because of this matter, then having someone kill him was not an impossible thing. Oh no. I must run away quickly. Chapter 7. The Doom of the Clear Sky Sect. In Spirit City, on the vast central plaza, over 10,000 spirit masters, all with cultivation of Spirit King or above, stood in formation on the plaza, looking like a vast sea of people. On a high platform in the front, Qian Daoliu was dressed in black robes, his long golden hair draped over his shoulders, that handsome face wearing a look of utter indifference, his whole body exuding an atmosphere of majesty and solemnity. Behind him, standing on the left, were the 3 high priests, Green Phoenix Douluo, Lion Douluo, and Light Feather Douluo. On the right stood the 4 elders, including Chrysanthemum Douluo Yu Guan and Ghost Douluo Gui Mei. As for Gold Crocodile Douluo, Descending Demon Douluo, and Qianjun Douluo, they were left behind in Spirit City to hold the fort. Are you all ready? After the head count was finished, Qian Daoliu asked calmly with his hands behind his back. We are all ready. From the crowd came a roar like a landslide or tsunami, filled with anger and unwillingness, shaking the clouds. Very good. Qian Daoliu nodded slowly, his tone indifferent. That Tang Hao dared to kill my son, the supreme pontiff of our Spirit Hall. This is a monstrous crime, and he deserves to be executed. This is a contempt for our Spirit Hall, and even more so, an infringement upon our Spirit Hall's majesty. Our Spirit Hall has guarded the continent for thousands of years. Every year, countless members of our enforcement teams sacrifice themselves for the sake of light and justice, maintaining order on the continent, preventing fallen spirit masters from leaving Slaughter City, and stopping evil spirit masters from acting recklessly. Yet, for the sake of a spirit beast, that Tang Hao killed my son. This is a betrayal of humanity and a desecration of the sacrifices our Spirit Hall has made for so many years. Tang Hao's whereabouts are currently unknown, but he is a member of the Clear Sky Sect. Since Tang Hao cannot be found, then the Clear Sky Sect shall bear this guilt. This time, I will lead you to annihilate the Clear Sky Sect with the slaughter of thunder, leaving not even a chicken or dog alive. For the sake of light and justice, our Spirit Hall has been silent for too long, so long that even the Clear Sky Sect, a newly promoted sect, dares to despise our Spirit Hall and kill our Supreme Pontiff. This time, I will use the blood of the Clear Sky Sect to let the entire continent know that the majesty and sacrifices of our Spirit Hall cannot be infringed upon. Now, follow me and set off. Qian Daoliu spoke in a grim tone and issued the order. The next moment, his 8-winged angel spirit manifested, 4 pairs of golden wings unfolded behind his back, and he shot up into the sky. At the same time, Green Phoenix Douluo, Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, as well as the 4 elders Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, all soared into the air. Leading over 10,000 Spirit Hall spirit masters with cultivation of Spirit King or above, they formed a mighty legion of spirit masters, left Spirit City, and headed straight for the Clear Sky Sect located at Heaven Dew Imperial City. Clear Sky Sect. At this moment, the Clear Sky Sect was shrouded in gloom. Upon learning that his son Tang Hao had actually killed the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, Qian Xunji, Tang Zhen, the current sect master of the Clear Sky Sect, felt a tightness in his chest and fainted from anger on the spot. Compared to the young and frivolous Tang Hao, he knew clearly how powerful Spirit Hall was. Now, his son had killed the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. Even though their Clear Sky Sect had already removed his son Tang Hao from the family register and expelled him from the Clear Sky Sect. But even so, no one knew if Spirit Hall would implicate the Clear Sky Sect because of this. Hayar, you have truly dragged the sect, and the family into the abyss. And while Tang Zhen was fainted from anger, lying on the bed, his life or death unknown. In the Clear Sky Sect, from the elders down to the ordinary direct descendants and disciples, all were complaining about Tang Hao. The once genius of the Clear Sky Sect had now become a great disaster. Now, the entire Clear Sky Sect was pinning their hopes on Spirit Hall being able to discern the truth and limit the blame for the death of Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji to Tang Hao alone, without involving their Clear Sky Sect. But unfortunately, this was clearly impossible. That day, in front of the Clear Sky Sect's mountain gate, thousands of spirit masters wearing Spirit Hall uniforms flew over like a tide and arrived before the Clear Sky Sect's mountain gate. In the air, 4 figures slowly descended. Among them, 3 figures were surrounded by 9 spirit rings each, wantonly releasing the terrifying spirit power pressure and aura belonging to Titled Douluo. Kill them all. Qian Daoliu stood in the air at the very front, his long golden hair dancing wildly. His handsome face was incomparably indifferent as he reached out and waved his hand, issuing the order. The next moment, thousands of elite Spirit Hall spirit masters rushed directly onto the Clear Sky Sect, killing anyone they saw. Soon, bursts of screams resounded throughout the Clear Sky Sect. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Damn Spirit Hall, I'll fight you to the death. Sensing the intense fluctuations of spirit power erupting from all around, accompanied by shrill screams and angry shouts of battle coming from all directions. The first elder of the Clear Sky Sect could not help but close his eyes in pain. It seemed the worst-case scenario had happened. Sect Master, the Spirit Hall has come after all. You must wake up quickly and take charge of the situation. At this moment, the first elder was in the room of the Sect Master's residence, looking after Sect Master Tang Zhen, who was still lying on the bed, unconscious. Upon discovering that Spirit Hall had arrived, the first elder could not help but stand up, clenching his fists as he stared at the unconscious Sect Master Tang Zhen on the bed, saying with a bitter face, and as if he had heard the first elder's words. Tang Zhen's fingers suddenly twitched on the bed, his eyelids fluttered, and he actually woke up slowly. Sect Master. Seeing that Tang Zhen had finally woken up, the first elder could not help but be extremely excited and quickly informed him of the current situation. Upon learning that Spirit Hall had arrived, Tang Zhen could not help but look up to the sky and sigh, beating his chest and stomping his feet in grief and indignation. Wicked son, truly a wicked son. Because of his stubbornness, the entire Clear Sky Sect is now going to be implicated and face a crisis of life and death. I have truly failed my father and the ancestors of our Clear Sky Sect. However, since things had come to this, Tang Zhen could only drag his sickly body, force himself off the bed, and prepare to go out with the first elder to help the Clear Sky Sect and resist the attacking Spirit Hall spirit masters, to see if there was a way to resolve the conflict with Spirit Hall. Soon, Tang Zhen brought the first elder and the second elder from the top of the mountain, where the high-level residence was, flying through the air to the battlefield. As for the other elders who had not yet reached the Titled Douluo level, they were still behind with Tang Xiao. Upon arriving at the battlefield was a scene of devastation, with former tall buildings and pavilions turned into ruins. At this moment, fires were burning everywhere, thick smoke was rising, and countless spirit masters from the Clear Sky Sect and Spirit Hall were locked in mortal combat. The sounds of battle were earth-shattering, corpses littered the field, and severed limbs were scattered everywhere. When he saw the familiar figure standing in the sky ahead, Tang Zhen's pupils contracted, and he could hardly believe it. Is that Qian Daoliu? As the son of Tang Zhen had seen Qian Daoliu before. But the previous Qian Daoliu had an exceptionally upright and honorable temperament, looking like a gentleman at first glance. But at this moment, although the appearance of the Qian Daoliu before him had not changed, The temperament on his body had changed greatly, becoming incomparably indifferent, as if he were a bottomless abyss, releasing bone-chilling, cold, and deathly silence. It's over. For a moment, Tang Zhen felt incomparably desperate in his heart. Could this Qian Daoliu have changed his personality and turned completely dark because of the pain of losing his son? What should be done then? Originally, knowing Qian Daoliu's character, he had planned to have a good talk with him to see if this misunderstanding could be resolved. Tang Zhen. In the sky, Qian Daoliu was watching the battlefield below. He had been looking indifferent, without any expression, but when he saw Tang Zhen flying towards him, a hint of strangeness flashed in his eyes. Didn't this Tang Zhen die of anger because of Tang Hao? Why is he still alive? Could it be that, because I transmigrated as Qian Daoliu, I took action against the Clear Sky Sect ahead of time? So this Tang Zhen hasn't died yet. But that's perfect. Qian Daoliu curled his lips into a cold smile. That Tang Hao killed my son, and now I will kill his father. Only then will we be even. Chapter 8. Today, not a single soul shall remain in the Clear Sky Sect. Your Excellency, Angel. I do not know why Your Excellency has brought people to attack my Clear Sky Sect. I know my sinful son accidentally killed the Supreme Pontiff of your esteemed hall, which is a grave crime. But our Clear Sky Sect has already expelled him from our family registry. Sensing the changes in Qian Daoliu, Tang Zhen felt deeply desperate, but for the sake of his family and the survival of the sect, he still cupped his fists toward Qian Daoliu and said earnestly. He hoped to resolve this conflict and confrontation. However, upon hearing this, Qian Daoliu's face remained incomparably indifferent, and he sneered directly. Expelled from the family registry. That Tang Hao killed my son, killed the Supreme Pontiff of our spirit hall, all for a 100,000-year morphed spirit beast. This is an infringement on the dignity of our spirit hall and a desecration of the sacrifices made by our spirit hall over thousands of years. Do you think that just because your Clear Sky Sect expelled Tang Hao from the family registry, everything has nothing to do with your Clear Sky Sect anymore? How laughable. If not for the support and cultivation of your Clear Sky Sect, could Tang Hao have his current strength? Furthermore, that Tang Hao has now attained the rank of Titled Douluo. If our spirit hall were to stop pursuing this, would your Clear Sky Sect really just leave a Titled Douluo with unlimited potential alone and make a clean break with him? Tang Zhen, you can deceive yourself, but don't think everyone else is a fool. If we follow your logic, then what if I bring people today to wipe out your Clear Sky Sect, and tomorrow I expel all the spirit masters who wiped out your Clear Sky Sect from the spirit hall? Would none of this have anything to do with our spirit hall either? Qian Daoliu responded in kind, his tone full of mockery and sneers. A blood feud must be repaid with blood. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Since Tang Hao dared to kill my son, today I will use the blood of your Clear Sky Sect to let the entire Spirit Master's world know that the dignity of our Spirit Hall cannot be trampled upon. Wipe out the sect. He hadn't expected that Qian Daoliu seemingly wanted to wipe out their Clear Sky Sect. Tang Zhen couldn't help but be greatly shocked. His body swayed, and anger and despair instantly surged into his heart. No longer pretending, his eyes split with rage, and he gritted his teeth, roaring in grief and indignation. Qian Daoliu, you are so ruthless. Even if my son killed your son Qian Xunji, if you have the ability, then come after my son, come after me. Why implicate my Clear Sky Sect? However, Qian Daoliu couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this anymore. His handsome face remained expressionless and full of indifference as he directly summoned his 8-winged angel spirit to possess him. Beneath his feet, 8 black and 1 red spirit ring rose one after another, circling his body. An incomparably powerful pressure of spirit power suddenly erupted, filling the surrounding space like Mount Tai pressing down. Noisy. Qian Daoliu spat out coldly. Your son dared to kill my son. Today I will use your head to pay tribute to my son's spirit in heaven. As he spoke, Qian Daoliu reached out and beckoned. As the fifth spirit ring circling his body lit up, a holy sword made of golden energy, burning with golden holy light and appearing almost substantial, instantly condensed and formed in his hand. While Tang Zhen and Qian Daoliu were talking, Tang Zio finally arrived at the battlefield with the remaining elders of the Clear Sky Sect and other high-level members. Zior, quickly take the people and escape. This Qian Daoliu has gone completely mad. Currently, your only possible path to survival is to take the people and escape to the ancestral peak of our Clear Sky Sect. Your grandfather once fought this Qian Daoliu and defeated him. This Qian Daoliu promised your grandfather that in the future, neither he nor the spirit masters of the Spirit Hall, nor any forces belonging to the Spirit Hall, would be allowed to set foot on the ancestral peak of our Clear Sky Sect. This Qian Daoliu is a man who values his word and keeps his promises. As long as you escape to the ancestral peak, this Qian Daoliu may have no choice but to let you go. Zior run quickly, discovering that Tang Zio had brought people over. Tang Zhen summoned his clear sky hammer spirit, roaring as he manifested his 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, and glared with bloodshot eyes at Qian Daoliu, while simultaneously clinging to a shred of luck. He shouted a telepathic message to Tang Zio in grief and indignation. Father! Tang Zio was heartbroken, his fists clenched, his eyes bloodshot. At this moment, he desperately wanted to fight this damned spirit hall together with his father. But reason told him that his father had entrusted this heavy responsibility to him, because he wanted him to keep the spark of the Clear Sky Sect alive. This was the most important thing. Therefore, Tang Zio gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, and roared in grief and indignation. Go, the sect master has ordered it, everyone follow me. After saying this, Tang Zio took the lead, bringing Tang Yuehua and the remaining elders, as well as other high-level Clear Sky Sect members, and ran straight down the mountain, rescuing clansmen and disciples encountered along the way while fleeing. Of course, the elite spirit masters of the Spirit Hall could not just watch as Tang Zio led people to escape. They also roared one after another, killing their way over, and left many of the Clear Sky Sect members behind. Before Tang Zio could take Tang Yuehua, the remaining elders, and other high-level Clear Sky Sect members very far. In the sky, Tang Zhen roared, and the Clear Sky Hammer in his hand, amidst surging spirit power fluctuations, instantly expanded into the massive Clear Sky Hammer true form. He soared into the air and prepared to smash it toward Qian Daoliu. But Qian Daoliu, holding the holy sword with 4 pairs of golden wings spread behind his back and 9 spirit rings, 8 black and 1 red, circling his body, hovered in place, neither dodging nor avoiding. His handsome face was expressionless and full of indifference, like a god high above, looking down on all living beings. Among them, the 6th spirit ring suddenly lit up. 6th spirit ability, Angel's Roar. The next moment, behind Qian Daoliu, a golden 8-winged angel light shadow instantly appeared, opened its mouth, and emitted a sharp and holy long howl like a loud holy song, turning into a blazing golden flame that swept toward Tang Zhen. After being hit by the blazing golden flame, Tang Zhen only felt a terrifying mental shock strike him. His vision went black instantly, his soul shattered on the spot, his brain burst, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and his body was thrown away like a kite with a broken string. At this time, Qian Daoliu's expression was indifferent. He flapped his 8 wings, instantly turning into a streak of golden light as he rushed up, swung the holy sword in his hand, and instantly severed Tang Zhen's head. Surging blood gushed out like a fountain from Tang Zhen's severed neck. No, father. Under some inexplicable intuition. While fleeing, Tang Zio looked back and happened to see the scene of his father, Tang Zhen, having his head severed by Qian Daoliu's sword. He couldn't help but roar in heartbreak, almost fainting. But thinking of the heavy responsibility he carried, Tang Xiao forced himself to hold on, turning his grief and sorrow into strength. Amidst roars and shouts, Tang Xiao wielded the clear sky hammer true form, bringing Tang Yuehua and the remaining elders and disciples of the Clear Sky Sect, breaking through the blockade of the Spirit Hall's spirit masters all the way, and escaped from the mountain where the Clear Sky Sect was currently located. Of course, the people around Tang Xiao at this time had already suffered heavy casualties. Even counting Tang Yuehua and a few elders, only about 100 people remained. But before this, the direct descendants and disciples in the Clear Sky Sect numbered over 3,000. However, in the sky, Qian Daoliu, dressed in black like the Grim Reaper, stood in the void, grabbing the hair in one hand, holding Tang Zhen's head. On that handsome and indifferent face, his gaze fixed on the figures of Tang Xiao and the others, but a sneer and mockery flashed across the corners of his mouth. Escape, where can you escape to? Lion, you take some people to pursue them. As for Elder Chrysanthemum and Elder Ghost, you take the rest and continue killing for me. Today, the Clear Sky Sect must be exterminated. Not a single soul shall remain. From today on, I do not want to see any life existing on this mountain, not even a single bug. Chapter 9, Lion Douluo. Big Brother is truly super decisive and resourceful now. A pitch-black night. In the rolling mountains and forests, far from the hustle and bustle of the city, at a time that should have been silent. At this moment, however, the sounds of battle were deafening. Various spirit abilities collided, continuously erupting into shockwaves that shattered the surrounding trees, sending withered branches and fallen leaves flying and scattering everywhere. Everyone, keep holding on, we're almost there. Facing the pursuit of Lion Douluo and a portion of the elite spirit masters from Spirit Hall, under the leadership of Tang Xiao, the Clear Sky Sect escape party of over 100 people had suffered casualties, leaving fewer than 50 remaining. Seeing the faint outline of the Clear Sky Sect ancestral peak not far away, it was now clearly visible. This made Tang Xiao shout excitedly, urging the accompanying clansmen and side branch disciples to keep holding on, because they were about to reach a safe place. However, behind them, upon discovering that Tang Xiao and his group were about to reach the Clear Sky Sect ancestral peak, Lion Douluo, leading a team of over 300 elite spirit masters, was biting at their heels like a pack of wolves, while inwardly sneering relentlessly. Heh, these remnants of the Clear Sky Sect are truly naive. Do you think you'll be safe just by escaping to your Clear Sky Sect ancestral peak? Big Brother has already made arrangements there. That's right, Big Brother does keep his promise. As long as you ascend the Clear Sky Sect ancestral peak, he told us not to continue pursuing you. But the premise is that you must be able to get up there. Just as Tang Xiao, leading Tang Yuehua and the remnants of the Clear Sky Sect, was about to reach the Clear Sky Sect ancestral peak, needing only to cross one more patch of forest to reach their destination. Having just crossed the forest, Tang Xiao's previously excited expression instantly turned incredibly rigid. Because standing in front of the forest was a team of over 500 spirit masters. Among them, standing at the very front, was a young-looking man wearing luxurious and majestic Qian ceremonial robes. He had a slender, upright figure, short Qian black hair, and a handsome face. A pair of magnificent Qian wings were unfurled behind him, and 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, circled his body. Beside him, in that team of 500 spirit masters, over 100 had 7 or more spirit rings circling their bodies. This was a Titled Douluo, leading a team of over 100 spirit saints and spirit Douluo, waiting for them. According to Qian Daoliu's prior arrangements, Green Phoenix Douluo, leading 500 cardinals and a team of elite spirit masters, was guarding the only path to the Clear Sky Sect ancestral peak. Originally, Green Phoenix Douluo thought this was just a preparation Qian Daoliu made, just in case. He didn't expect it to actually be useful. At this moment, Green Phoenix Douluo stood with his arms crossed over his chest, his handsome face full of sneers as he looked at Tang Zio Tang Yuehua and the others before him. Remnants of the Clear Sky Sect, this path is closed. Ahead lies your Clear Sky Sect ancestral peak, but if you want to pass, you must first get past me. Upon hearing this, Tang Zio's face flushed red and he gradually clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot, his eyes wide with fury, filled with grief and indignation, breathing heavily like an ox, and he roared angrily. Spirit Hall, you're so despicable. Tang Zio had never dreamed that Spirit Hall would be so despicable. At the foot of their Clear Sky Sect ancestral peak, on the only path they had to take, they had actually sent a Titled Douluo, leading over 100 spirit saints and spirit Douluo to block them. With such people blocking the way, even though the Clear Sky Sect ancestral peak was right before their eyes, it was unreachable. Despicable, truly too despicable. For a moment, including Tang Zio, whether it was Tang Yuehua or the rest of the Clear Sky Sect remnants, they all felt nothing but immense grief and despair. Despicable, where are we being despicable? To Tang Zio's angry shout, Green Phoenix Douluo sneered and retorted. His Holiness the Pope always keeps his word. He instructed us that as long as you can ascend this mountain, he would have us stop the pursuit. But the problem is, you can't get past us, let alone ascend it. You can only blame yourselves for being useless. After all, we gave you a chance, but you couldn't make use of it. Who can you blame for that? Facing Green Phoenix Douluo's mockery, Tang Zio nearly choked, ready to go mad with rage. Do we not want to pass? Do we not want to ascend the ancestral peak? But you, Spirit Hall, have blocked the road. How are we supposed to get up there? Of course, Tang Zio also knew that this was just Green Phoenix Douluo toying with and mocking them, intentionally trying to humiliate them. Damn Spirit Hall, I'll fight you to the death. Discovering that their only path to survival was also blocked. Under the pressure of having seen his father's head cut off before his eyes, and his family and sect being annihilated, Tang Zio finally broke down. With eyes wide with fury and an angry roar, he summoned his Clear Sky Hammer spirit, activated the Clear Sky Hammer avatar, swung his hammer, and charged toward Green Phoenix Douluo. Behind him, the remaining Clear Sky Sect elders and disciples, including Tang Yuehua, also roared as they summoned their spirits, holding a determination to die, deciding to fight to the bitter end. Even if they were to die, they would take a chunk of flesh out of Spirit Hall. But unfortunately, breaking through the encirclement of numerous Spirit Hall elite spirit masters and escaping from the Clear Sky Sect had already consumed a significant amount of energy, stamina, and spirit power from Tang Zio and these Clear Sky Sect remnants. Now, Tang Zio and these Clear Sky Sect remnants were already at the end of their rope. Coupled with the absolute gap in strength, in less than a minute, Tang Zio, glaring with bloodshot eyes, amidst his helpless, furious roars, had his arms severed by the sky full of wind blades. The Clear Sky Hammer avatar flew from his hands, and he was decapitated, falling into a pool of blood. As for Tang Yuehua and the rest of the Clear Sky Sect disciples, they all died as well, falling to the ground. Thus, except for those Clear Sky Sect disciples still out on missions, and Tang Hao, the Clear Sky Sect had been completely annihilated. There were no survivors left. At this moment, Lion Douluo also arrived with his men. Seeing the corpses of Tang Zio and the other Clear Sky Sect remnants on the ground, Lion Douluo couldn't help but sigh, his heart filled with worship and admiration. Although the fall of His Holiness, the Pope had been a huge blow to Big Brother. But after his personality changed drastically, Big Brother is now truly super decisive and super resourceful. If Lion Douluo had to say which Big Brother he preferred, he would definitely prefer this current Big Brother. Although this current Big Brother's expression was always somewhat cold, He could feel that his feelings for them, his brothers, remained the same. And now, Big Brother was even more decisive and possessed superior wisdom. Perhaps the death of His Holiness the Pope was not necessarily a bad thing. P.S. Qian Xunji, please feed me peanuts. Clear Sky Sect. Under Qian Daoliu's orders, the main force of the Spirit Hall Elite Spirit Master Legion had already annihilated everyone in the Clear Sky Sect, leaving not even a chicken or dog alive. At this moment, they were continuing to sweep through this newly relocated mountain gate of the Clear Sky Sect. They had to ensure that not even a slightly larger insect was let go. At this time, the Spirit Master team led by Light Feather Douluo, as well as the teams led by Devil Bear Douluo and Ghost Leopard Douluo, and the teams led by Ling Yuan and Chuoba Zai, who had not yet achieved the rank of Titled Douluo, also arrived to rendezvous after successively annihilating the 4 great clans. As a transmigrator who also possessed the memories of the original Qian Daoliu, he had also seen blood. Qian Daoliu knew well the principle that if you don't root out the weeds, they will grow again with the spring breeze. Therefore, it wasn't just the Clear Sky Sect that he wanted to annihilate completely. Afterwards, he would continue to highly intensely hunt down and pursue the Clear Sky Sect remnants who were outside. He would also annihilate the 4 great clans completely, not letting a single person go. Who told these 4 great clans to side with that Tang San in the original story, to oppose their Spirit Hall. Chapter 10. Rewards for destroying the Clear Sky Sect. The descendants of the Qian family should not be weaklings. Host detected. Clear Sky Sect successfully exterminated. Relative to the host's original persona, this action meets the criteria for blackening. System is extracting rewards. Congratulations to the host, you have received the following rewards. All spirit ring ages increase to 100,000 years, obtain the technique, Golden Light Mantra, and obtain the secret method, Soul Ascension Method. After Ling Yuan and Chuoba Zai, who were the last to arrive at the Clear Sky Sect, respectfully reported that they had successfully exterminated the entire Strength clan. Inside Qian Daoliu's mind, the cold voice of the system sounded once again. In an instant, Qian Daoliu only felt a surging warm current rush into his body, converging deep within him. Vaguely, Qian Daoliu seemed to see his 8-winged angel spirit silently emerge within a vast, pitch-black sea of mental force, with 9 spirit rings, 8 black and 1 red, rising beneath its feet. Endless streams of golden light gathered from all directions, continuously merging into those 8 black 10,000-year spirit rings, causing the pitch-black 10,000-year spirit rings to quickly transform into scarlet 100,000-year spirit rings. At the same time, a stream of information flooded into his mind. This was the cultivation method and introduction for the Golden Light Mantra and the Soul Ascension Method. Among them, the Golden Light Mantra likely originated from the Under One Person world. The cultivation method involves transforming the spirit power within the body into a golden light that is impervious to all techniques, possessing powerful offensive and defensive capabilities. As for the Soul Ascension Method, it is a secret technique capable of merging the 3 forces of essence, energy, and spirit to sublimate spirit power, and can also be used to increase the age of spirit rings and spirit bones. After accepting the rewards, Qian Daoliu was quite satisfied. The rewards this time were not bad. Because when Light Feather Douluo came over to report, Lion Douluo and Green Phoenix Douluo had already dealt with Tang Xiao and the others, and had returned here with the team of spirit masters. Therefore, Light Feather Douluo first chuckled, greeted Green Phoenix Douluo and Lion Douluo, and asked them with his arms around their shoulders how they had fared with their mission. After they finished chatting, Light Feather Douluo seemed to recall something. With a playful grin on his youthful, handsome face, he took a jade box from his spirit tool and handed it to Qian Daoliu. Right, big brother. This is the crystal blood dragon ginseng. The clan's treasure that you told me I absolutely had to find from the Speed clan. As a transmigrator, Qian Daoliu knew that among the 4 great clans, the Speed clan possessed a crystal blood dragon ginseng with quality comparable to a celestial-grade herb, which was their clan's treasure. Therefore, before the operation to exterminate the Clear Sky Sect began, Qian Daoliu had already instructed Light Feather Douluo that he must bring back the crystal blood dragon ginseng intact. After taking the jade box, opening it, and confirming that it was indeed the crystal blood dragon ginseng, Qian Daoliu put it back into the box and stored it away. With his cold yet handsome face, he swept his gaze across the group of Titled Douluo, including Light Feather Douluo, Green Phoenix Douluo, and Lion Douluo, and said, "You have done well in this mission, to exterminate the Clear Sky Sect. I, Qian Daoliu, have never treated those who have rendered meritorious service unfairly. After this mission to Heavendu Imperial City is concluded, I will give you an unexpected reward." "Big brother, what kind of reward?" Hearing this, Light Feather Douluo was immediately full of curiosity. He blinked his large eyes and asked directly, "When the time comes, you will naturally know." Qian Daoliu did not answer, only smiling faintly. Some things still need to be kept a secret. That way, there will be a surprise, right? And after exterminating the Clear Sky Sect, Qian Daoliu's mission for this trip to Heavendu Imperial City was not yet over. Because regardless of whether it was due to his temper as a transmigrator or for the rewards of the blackening system, it was impossible for Qian Daoliu to come here just to exterminate the Clear Sky Sect. One must know, while it is true that Qian Xunji's death was because he was severely wounded by Tang Hao, which gave Bibi Dong the opportunity, the real culprit behind everything was actually Yu Xiaogang. If it weren't for Yu Xiaogang, Bibi Dong would still be the kind and obedient holy maiden of Spirit Hall from before, and she would never have turned into what she is now. Previously, Qian Daoliu had also sent people to Nodding Academy, wanting to bring Yu Xiaogang here to torture him to death. But unexpectedly, the cardinal sent to capture Yu Xiaogang returned and said that while Yu Xiaogang had been at Nodding Academy, he had suddenly disappeared for some unknown reason. Qian Daoliu recalled that when he killed Bibi Dong, he sensed that her soul seemed to have been taken away by someone. He quickly thought, could it be that the Rakshasa god had resurrected Bibi Dong, and Bibi Dong had gone to take Yu Xiaogang away? This was the most likely possibility. However, since Yu Xiaogang had escaped, Qian Daoliu would naturally not let the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect off. But compared to the Clear Sky Sect, which was guilty of killing the Supreme Pontiff, even if Spirit Hall exterminated the Clear Sky Sect, the outside world would have nothing to say. As for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, on one hand, it was not good to publicize the scandal of Bibi Dong, and on the other hand, even if it were publicized, the crimes of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect did not reach the level of Tang Hao. Exterminating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect directly might make the outside world feel it was too excessive. Of course, Qian Daoliu was not afraid. It was just that in the future, he still wanted to collect faith himself, condense a god position, and thereby become a god. The various plans he had in mind still required Spirit Hall and himself to have a good reputation to be carried out more conveniently. Therefore, directly exterminating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect would be losing more than he gained. It was unnecessary. Therefore, Qian Daoliu's plan was to take people to confront the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and ruthlessly extort them. Not to mention anything else, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's clan treasure, the true Dragon 9 Crowns, was something he was determined to get. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect in this world had their clan treasure, the true Dragon 9 Crowns, it did not have the terrifying effects of the true Dragon 9 Crowns from his past life's anime. However, the spirit bone skill of these true Dragon 9 Crowns still possessed the heaven-defying effect of enhancing a spirit master's physical fitness, mental force, and spirit power, while also being able to increase the age of spirit rings by a total of 100,000 years. It was just that because the true dragon 9 crowns were a shattered ancient dragon king's skull, the effects of the spirit bone skill were damaged due to its fragmented state. Even if it could increase the age of spirit rings, it could only increase them to a maximum of 99,999 years, and could not exceed 100,000 years. But now, with the soul ascension method rewarded by the system, Qian Daoliu felt that he might be able to repair the true Dragon 9 crowns. Since the Clear Sky Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect were on opposite sides of Heaven Dew Imperial City, one had to pass through Heaven Dew Imperial City to get from the Clear Sky Sect to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Now, since it was still late at night, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but prepare to go to the Crown Prince's residence first to see his granddaughter, Qian Rengsu. Since he had transmigrated into Qian Daoliu, he certainly couldn't let his granddaughter Qian Rengsu continue to waste her talent by disguising herself as Zhu King. This time, he intended to confess everything and bring Qian Rengsu back to Spirit City. Of course, Qian Rengsu would surely find it hard to accept once she learned everything. However, regarding this, Qian Daoliu's thoughts were simple, even somewhat cold. As a descendant of the Qian family and the future Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, he absolutely would not allow Qian Rengsu to be a naive, kind-hearted fool who adhered to moral codes, just like in the original work. Letting Qian Rengsu know the truth was certainly painful, but using this as an example could also let Qian Rengsu understand the darkness and cruelty of this world. The descendants of their Qian family should not be weaklings. If Qian Rengsu could be reborn from the ashes and become decisive in killing, that would naturally be best. If not, then he would be prepared to train a new successor. Anyway, he was a transmigrator and didn't have that deep of an emotional attachment to Qian Rengsu. Chapter 11. Finally seeing Qian Rengsu, have you cried enough? Late at night, everything was silent. In the Heaven Dew Imperial City, within the Crown Prince's mansion. At this moment, Qian Rengsu had already retired for the night. However, in the magnificent room, Qian Rengsu lay on the soft, large bed, covered by a purple velvet quilt, surrounded by snow-white gauze curtains, yet she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Her eyes were filled with heartbreak and sorrow as she gazed blankly at the ceiling. Because a few days ago, she had heard news that her father, Qian Xunji, had been severely injured by the Clear Sky Sect's new Clear Sky Douluo Tang Hao, and had died in Spirit City from his injuries. Upon learning this news, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning on the spot and nearly fainted. She had to realize this was the father who loved her most in this world. Originally, she was a child who had a mother to give birth to her, but no mother to raise her, let alone love her. She only had her father and grandfather left. Now, her father had passed away. How could she accept this? Suddenly, a breeze blew by, and the window was abruptly opened. A figure then entered the room. Zuer. Hearing a voice that was slightly cold, yet extremely familiar, Qian Rengsu was immediately startled. She quickly sat up from the bed and turned on the spirit guidance lamp in the room. Who is it? In an instant, as the room was illuminated by the spirit guidance lamp, Qian Rengsu saw clearly. Standing by the window was a young man wearing a black robe, with a tall and straight figure, long golden hair draped over his shoulders, and a handsome appearance, though his temperament was very cold. Grandfather. Discovering that it was her grandfather, Qian Daoliu, Qian Rengsu's beautiful eyes immediately turned red. She couldn't help but throw off the quilt, open the surrounding snow-white curtains, and with a voice choked with sobs, she rushed toward Qian Daoliu. Grandfather, I miss you so much. I heard that father was killed by that Tang Hao. Is this true? I haven't even seen father for the last time. Woo Tilda. Qian Rengsu hugged Qian Daoliu tightly. Her exquisitely beautiful, stunning face was already covered in tears, crying like a pear blossom in the rain, heartbroken and devastated. Perhaps it was the instinct of the original body at work. Hearing the heartbreaking cries of his granddaughter, Qian Rengsu, in his arms, Qian Daoliu felt a pain in his heart and couldn't help but gently stroke Qian Rengsu's back, sighing. Zuer, all of this is true. Jir has indeed passed away. However, the things that happened here are somewhat complicated. Speaking of this, Qian Daoliu took a deep breath, calming his inner emotions, and his expression turned cold and stern once again. Complicated. Qian Rengsu's crying paused. She raised her head, gazing blankly at Qian Daoliu with her red-rimmed, beautiful eyes, not quite understanding what he meant. That's right. Qian Daoliu nodded indifferently. There is one thing I have never been able to decide whether or not to tell you. But after this lesson, I have decided to tell you. This is your grandfather's trust and respect for you. There are some things that I feel are actually not good for you if I keep them hidden. As a descendant of our Qian family and the future Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, the responsibility you bear is very significant. If I only blindly teach you to abide by moral principles, to learn kindness and benevolence, and do not let you see the dark side of this world, in the end, it will only raise you to be a naive simpleton. This is not a good thing for either our Spirit Hall or the Douluo Continent. Actually, your father was not killed by that Tang Hao. The one who truly killed your father was your mother, Bibi Dong. And I have already taken action and killed your mother, Bibi Dong. What? Hearing this, Qian Rengsu felt as if she had been struck by a thunderbolt. Her pretty face instantly turned deathly pale, and her beautiful eyes became dull and vacant. She couldn't help but loosen her hands that were tightly hugging Qian Daoliu, stumbled back a few steps, and sat down on the floor. She felt her vision go black, and her brain was buzzing. Qian Daoliu's last few sentences kept looping in her mind. Actually, the one who truly killed your father was not Tang Hao, but your mother, Bibi Dong, and I have already killed your mother, Bibi Dong. For a moment, Qian Rengsu felt that the grandfather, Qian Daoliu, in front of her was so strange. That cold expression and gaze completely lacked the gentleness and love of the past. All that radiated from his body was a bone-chilling coldness and dead silence like an abyss, making one fearful. Although Qian Rengsu harbored immense resentment and indignation toward her mother, Bibi Dong, she had never thought about killing her. Regarding Bibi Dong, Qian Rengsu's feelings were quite complex. She had both resentment and anger. But she also wanted to receive Bibi Dong's care and love, and even more, she hoped that Bibi Dong and her father, Qian Xunji, could be as loving as a normal married couple and dote on her, their daughter. But now, learning that her mother, Bibi Dong, was actually the real culprit who murdered her father, and that her grandfather had killed her mother, Bibi Dong, Qian Rengsu felt immense sorrow and pain in her heart, completely devastated and desperate. Her world seemed to have collapsed at this moment. No, why did it turn out like this? Qian Rengsu sat blankly on the floor, like a puppet whose soul had been drained, muttering in utter devastation and despair. From her red-rimmed, beautiful eyes, crystal-clear teardrops kept falling, soon turning into a torrent like a breached river. She lay on the floor and burst into tears. Why treat me like this? I just wanted to receive the love of my father and mother. Why did it turn out like this? To the side, watching Qian Rengsu burst into tears, Qian Daoliu had already released his spirit power to seal the room. On his cold and handsome face, a flash of complexity crossed his eyes, but he still continued to say coldly, "There are some other things I must tell you. Haven't you always been confused about why Bibi Dong called you a bastard and was so disgusted by and repulsed by you? Actually, to talk about this matter, we need to trace it back to over a decade ago. Over a decade ago, your mother was still the holy maiden of our spirit hall, with a naive, kind, obedient, and sensible personality, until she met a disciple from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect whose name was Yu Xiaogang. Qian Daoliu recounted the love, hate and enmity between Yu Xiaogeng, Bibi Dong, and Qian Xunji, telling everything to Qian Rengsu. Learning that her mother, Bibi Dong, actually did not like her father in the past, but rather a piece of trash from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. For this piece of trash, her mother, Bibi Dong, was willing to betray Spirit Hall and even elope with him. And to stop it, her father had actually turned into the secret chamber Douluo, imprisoning her mother and forcing her mother to give birth to her. Such a dark and cruel truth completely shattered the image of her father, Qian Xunji, who had originally been tall and majestic in Qian Rengsu's heart. No, why? Why did it turn out like this? So, was my birth just a mistake? Discovering that her father and mother actually had such a past, and that her very existence from birth was completely a mistake. Qian Rengsu was even more devastated, crying even more desperately and sorrowfully, tears streaming down like rain. Such a truth was simply too cruel. She could not accept it at all. However, seeing that Qian Rengsu kept crying and did not try to distinguish right from wrong, accept this truth, or bear this cruel fact, but only knew how to break down. Qian Daoliu couldn't help but frown, feeling very disappointed in his heart, and coldly shouted, "Have you cried enough? Crying, crying, crying. Can crying resurrect your father and make everything return to the beginning? Qian Rengsu, you are not young anymore. It seems I protected you too well in the past, never letting you see even a bit of the darkness of the world, to the point where you don't even have the slightest capacity to endure. You have disappointed me too much." Chapter 12. Manipulating Qian Rengsu, holding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect accountable. Grandfather. Qian Daoliu's cold, disappointed shout made Qian Rengsu's crying stop instantly in fear. Seeing Qian Daoliu's cold and disappointed gaze, Qian Rengsu couldn't help but panic. Her beautiful, red-rimmed eyes were filled with tears, and she bit her lower lip tightly, not daring to cry anymore. Because now, she had already lost her father and mother. Grandfather was her only remaining relative in this world. If grandfather didn't want her anymore, then what would she do? "Grandfather, I'm sorry, Zhuo was wrong. If there is anything bad about Zhuo, grandfather, please tell me, and Zhuo will definitely change." Qian Rengsu choked back sobs, her beautiful, red-rimmed eyes looking at Qian Daoliu with full supplication, and she hurriedly said, although thinking about her grandfather's gentleness and affection in the past made Qian Rengsu feel aggrieved and want to cry. But thinking about her father's death, Qian Rengsu could also guess that the pain and sorrow in her grandfather's heart right now was certainly no less than her own, perhaps even more. Her grandfather used to dote on her so much, but now he had become like this. This must be because father's death had caused grandfather such agony that his temperament had changed drastically. As his granddaughter, she could no longer cause her grandfather pain or anger. Discovering that Qian Rengsu admitted her mistake, Qian Daoliu's cold and disappointed gaze softened quite a bit, and he said indifferently, "There are many things about you that are not good. First, as the only descendant of our Qian family in this generation, and even more so as the potential future supreme pontiff of our Spirit Hall, you bear a heavy responsibility. You must learn to endure everything and remain calm amidst pain. If, because of your naivety and weakness, Spirit Hall were to head toward destruction, do you know how difficult and arduous the lives of those commoners and commoner spirit masters would be without the restrictions of our Spirit Hall? That's right. The matter between your father and that ingrate is indeed very difficult for you to bear. But you must learn to endure it because you are not an ordinary young girl. You are a descendant of our Qian family. The descendants of our Qian family are not allowed to be weaklings." Qian Daoliu's voice was cold and decisive. "Secondly, Bibi Dong has treated you that way since you were young. Why do you still hold unrealistic fantasies about her? In the past, I could understand you. But now, I have already told you the truth of the past, exactly as it happened. She poisoned your father to death. As for the reason, it was merely because your father had once violated her. But isn't this something she brought upon herself? Think about it. Our spirit hall rescued her from the lair of an evil spirit master, raised her from childhood, and after her spirit awakened, your father even took her as his disciple, and I appointed her as the holy maiden of our spirit hall. From the time she was small until she grew up, both your father and I treated her as our own, raising her like a daughter and granddaughter. You could say, we were afraid she would fly away if we held her in our hands, and afraid she would melt if we held her in our mouths. Whatever we could do, we never mistreated her in any way. But she, ungrateful, chose to betray our spirit hall for the sake of a piece of trash from the blue lightning Tyrant dragon sect, even wanting to elope with him. Of course, what your father did was definitely not right, because he was too soft-hearted. For such an ungrateful, treacherous ingrate, if she refused to change despite repeated lessons, he should have just captured her, put her on trial, and executed her publicly to serve as a warning to others. But your father instead became the secret room Douluo, violated her, tarnished his own reputation, and let her live on. Do you think your father was lacking for women? Moreover, Bibi Dong's spirit is the death spider emperor and the soul-eating spider emperor. It doesn't match our seraphim spirit at all. If Jir hadn't been angered by her, and if he hadn't wanted to spare her life, would he have bothered to violate her? Yet she knew no gratitude. Not only did she harbor extreme resentment and disgust toward you from a young age, but she also poisoned your father to death for the sake of that ridiculous piece of trash, you Xiaogang. In the past, I was blinded by a leaf, burdened by those worldly reputations and morals. But because of this, what did I gain? In Qian Daoliu's tone, there was full of grief, indignation, and injustice, as if he were pouring out the reasons for his change in mindset. Since kindness and morality left me unable to even protect my own son. Then from now on, that kind and moral Qian Daoliu is dead. The Qian Daoliu of the future will only have decisiveness in killing and cold-blooded ruthlessness. Qian Daoliu's expression turned cold once again, his eyes filled with chill and cruelty. He clenched his right fist, and once again, an icy and deathly aura like an abyss radiated from his whole body. Hearing Qian Daoliu's analysis, Qian Rengsu was also suddenly enlightened, her heart filled with guilt and anger. Grandfather was right. Everything was that woman's fault. Father shouldn't have violated that woman. But wasn't all of this something that woman brought upon herself? She should have been executed. It was entirely father sacrificing his own reputation to save her. Grandfather in the past was also too kind and soft-hearted, letting her go. Yet how did she repay father and grandfather? She actually treated me, her daughter, like that from a young age, and even poisoned father to death. Grandfather. From Qian Daoliu's words, she could hear the overflowing sorrow and pain. Qian Rengsu couldn't help but have her heart tighten violently. Her golden, beautiful eyes turned red, and she felt heartbroken. Biting her lower lip tightly with her pearly white teeth, she gazed at Qian Daoliu and said, choking with emotion, "Grandfather, Zhuer truly knows she was wrong. From now on, Zhuer will definitely work hard to become the strong Zhuer that you, grandfather, hope for. Please, grandfather, give Zhuer one more chance." Good. Discovering that under his manipulation, Qian Rengsu truly realized her mistake. Qian Daoliu was very satisfied in his heart, but on the surface, he nodded and said indifferently, "Then pack up and leave with grandfather." Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Because of that ingrate's so-called plan to usurp the country, you sacrificed your cultivation time since you were young, learned so many useless courses like noble etiquette, and even tried to approach the Heaven Dew Empire's first prince, Zhu King. You had to go against your own conscience to assassinate and replace him. Things like this are not worth doing. With your talent, as long as you cultivate properly, it is not impossible to reach my level in the future, or even become a god. In this world, strength is ultimately what is respected. In the past, I was limited by my own laughable morals and kindness, but now I won't be. From now on, you will leave with grandfather and return to Spirit City. Grandfather. Hearing this, Qian Rengsu was also extremely excited. Now, that woman was already dead. She also didn't want to continue this so-called plan to usurp the country and be separated from grandfather. Furthermore, she would have to go against her conscience to kill Zhu King. However, before that, I must take people to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect to hold the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect accountable, especially that old dragon Titled Douluo Awakens. Because for our spirit hall to become like this, that damned Yu Xiaogeng contributed significantly. He is the source of all evil. Now, this Yu Xiaogeng cannot be found. Then this responsibility shall be borne by him, Titled Douluo Awakens, and their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Zuer, since you want to prove your change, then come with grandfather. Qian Daoliu's eyes were filled with coldness and chill, and he said with a cold smile, "Yes, grandfather." Hearing this, Qian Rengsu's face, a face that could topple cities, as holy and beautiful as an angel, was now filled with determination, and she responded firmly. Chapter 13. The warm little cotton-padded jacket Qian Rengsu, Titled Douluo Awakens, do you know your crime? At this time, because Qian Rengsu was still lurking by Zhu Qinghe's side under the guise of the maid Zuer, secretly learning Zhu Qinghe's tone and habits, preparing to replace him in the future. She had not yet made a move against Zhu Qing. Therefore, Qian Daoliu directly took Qian Rengsu away and left the crown prince's residence. Oh no, it should still be the first prince's residence right now. Because Qian Rengsu had not yet replaced Zhu Qing. In the current Heaven Du Empire, besides Zhu Qinghe, there were two other princes, the second Prince Zhu Liuachuan and the third Prince Zhu Heizeng, both of whom were quite outstanding in talent and ability. Currently, Zhu Qing did not have an absolute advantage. He was merely the first prince. After Qian Daoliu brought Qian Rengsu outside of Heaven Du Imperial City and rendezvoused in the forest with the Spirit Hall main force led by Green Phoenix Douluo, Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, and other high priests and elders. Zuer, seeing Qian Rengsu, Light Feather Douluo's handsome face, full of youthful vibrance, beamed as he was the first to greet her. Among all the high priests, Light Feather Douluo had the youngest mindset. It could be said that he was old in age but young at heart. Zuer, Big Brother has finally brought you out. Lion Douluo also laughed heartily. However, thinking of Bibi Dong and the Qian Daoliu of the past, Lion Douluo couldn't help but complain and grumble a bit. I never agreed with that woman's plan to usurp the country and unify the continent from the very beginning, because it is simply too arduous and dangerous for you, Zuer. That woman just goaded you a little back then, and you agreed. I don't know what got into Big Brother back then. He actually didn't stop you. Regarding Lion Douluo's complaints and grumbling, Qian Daoliu remained expressionless and very cold, as if he didn't care in the slightest. And indeed, Qian Daoliu did not care. Because what Lion Douluo was talking about was the former Qian Daoliu, the original one. What did that have to do with him, the transmigrator Qian Daoliu? Let's go. I have already brought Zuer out. Next, we are going to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Qian Daoliu said coldly. Afterwards, he was the first to summon his 8-winged angel spirit, manifesting 4 pairs of golden wings behind his back, before shooting up into the sky and heading straight toward the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Four pairs. When she saw the wings behind Qian Daoliu, there were actually 4 pairs, and they were golden. Qian Rengsu was stunned for a moment. Zuer, are you surprised? Light Feather Douluo leaned over and chuckled. Big Brother's spirit seems to have evolved. Perhaps His Holiness the Pope's death was too great a shock to Big Brother, stimulating his potential. Or Perhaps Big Brother has received the favor of the great angel god once again. Discovering that her grandfather's spirit had evolved, likely due to the severe shock from her father's death. Qian Rengsu's heart couldn't help but tighten, feeling very pained and guilty. Qian Rengsu, you are truly selfish. At the time, she was only concerned with her own sadness and pain. But she had never thought about how painful and sorrowful her grandfather must have been in his heart. To be able to make a spirit evolve, what severe shock must her grandfather have received, and how painful and sorrowful must his heart have been. So much so that he seemed like a different person now. From now on, I must listen to grandfather and never make him sad or upset again. Qian Rengsu turned into a warm little cotton-padded jacket and secretly swore in her heart. Qian Daoliu took Qian Rengsu, along with Green Phoenix Douluo, Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, and other high priests and elders, as well as the massive Spirit Hall army, and traveled over mountains and ridges. Soon, they arrived at the mountain gate of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Compared to the Clear Sky Sect, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect had a longer history and deeper foundation. It was a veteran of the upper three sects. And before Tang Chen, the Clear Sky Sect could only be considered a spirit grandmaster family with a long heritage and quite decent strength. It wasn't until Tang Chen appeared, innovated the disorder-splitting wind hammer method, and created the Clear Sky 9 Absolutes. At the same time, he went a step further and created the self-created spirit ability that could be called the continent's #1, the Great Sumeru Hammer. Finally, using the Great Sumeru Hammer and the Ring Explosion secret technique, he led the Clear Sky Sect to sweep away all enemies at the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects selection tournament, directly rising to become the head of the upper 3 sects. Thunder Douluo Yu Engine, and everyone from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, all of you get out here. After arriving at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, Qian Daoliu stretched out the 4 pairs of golden wings behind him. His handsome face was expressionless and full of indifference. He opened his mouth and sent out a rolling sound wave that swept across the sky above the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Behind him, Green Phoenix Douluo, Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, and the other high priests and elders also instantly erupted with Titled Douluo-level spirit power fluctuations and pressure. As for the massive elite spirit master army of Spirit Hall, they firmly surrounded the mountain gate of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. At this time, it was still early morning. Inside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, except for the deacons and disciples on night watch, Thunder Douluo Yu Engine and other high-ranking members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, as well as the direct descendants and disciples, were all still in their dreams. Because Yu Xiaogang had hooked up with Bibi Dong back then and stolen Spirit Hall's knowledge, claiming it as his own. That was a long time ago. At the time, upon learning of this, Thunder Douluo Yu Engine was indeed very panicked and afraid, fearing that Spirit Hall would come to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect to hold them accountable. However, Qian Daoliu did not do so at that time. After so many years, Thunder Douluo Yu Engine had long since let it go, feeling that Spirit Hall would not continue to pursue it. And not long ago, upon learning that the Spirit Hall's Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji had been killed by Tang Hao, Thunder Douluo Yu Engine only felt schadenfreude toward the Clear Sky Sect, feeling that the Clear Sky Sect was likely going to be in big trouble. But the Clear Sky Sect's misfortune was actually a good thing for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Therefore, this made Thunder Douluo Yu Engine sleep even more soundly. But in his sleep, he suddenly sensed terrifying and powerful spirit power fluctuations and pressure erupting violently from the foot of the mountain. Hearing Qian Daoliu's cold shout, Thunder Douluo Yu Engine couldn't help but instantly wake up from his sleep, sitting up abruptly with a drastically changed expression. What is going on? At the same time, Yu Luomian and the other Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect elders, as well as many direct descendants and disciples, were all awakened. Soon, Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjin and Yu Luomian, along with the other Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect elders and many direct descendants and disciples, all hurriedly left their homes and arrived at the foot of the mountain. When they saw the cold-faced and drastically changed Qian Daoliu in the air, as well as Green Phoenix Douluo, Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, and the other high priests and elders surrounded by 9 spirit rings and wantonly releasing Titled Douluo-level spirit power fluctuations and pressure, and the elite spirit hall army that had surrounded the area completely. Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjin's heart suddenly sank, and he was shocked and furious. Damn it, what is going on with this Qian Daoliu? Why did he suddenly bring so many people to my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjin, does your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect know its crime? Spotting Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjin's figure, Qian Daoliu's face was cold and expressionless as he directly began to interrogate him. To this, Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjin took a deep breath and cupped his hands. I did not know of Angel Douluo's arrival. Please forgive my lack of a proper welcome. However, I truly do not know what crime my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect has committed. I hope your excellency can enlighten me. Chapter 14, Qian Rengsu's first step toward decisiveness. Good people are never feared. Do you, of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, still not know what crimes you have committed? Qian Daoliu's cold face was filled with bone-chilling coldness and icy intent as he spoke indifferently, like a judge. More than a decade ago, your son, Yu Xiaogang, came to my spirit city and attempted to join my spirit hall. Given his trash-like talent, it would have been impossible for him to join our spirit hall. Out of consideration for your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, I had someone take him in. But what did your son, Yu Xiaogang, do? He harbored ulterior motives and deliberately approached the holy maiden of our spirit hall, Bibi Dong. He used Bibi Dong to sneak a look at books he had no qualifications to read, and he stole confidential information from our spirit hall. His so-called 10 core competencies of martial souls and spirit ring absorption limit theories are the evidence. Because of him, that Bibi Dong actually wanted to abandon the grace of upbringing and cultivation that our spirit hall had bestowed upon her for so many years and elope with him. However, in the end, this matter was barely resolved. I thought about it and did not cause trouble for your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. But I did not expect that the lingering poison of your son, Yu Xiaogang, would be so deep. You of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect must be very curious, right? Why my son wanted to hunt down Tang Hao and his wife. Now I will tell you the reason. Because Tang Hao's wife is a 100,000 year morphed spirit beast. What? Upon hearing this, Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjin, Yu Luomian, and the many members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect around them could not help but shrink their pupils, their expressions changing drastically. They simply could not believe it. This Tang Hao was actually together with a spirit beast. Because that Bibi Dong still cannot forget your trash of a son. My foolish son, in order to please that Bibi Dong, took people to hunt down Tang Hao and his wife, and as a result, he died. My son's death, the Clear Sky Sect must be held responsible. That Bibi Dong must also be held responsible. Besides that, Yu Xiaogang and your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect must also be held responsible. Today, I am going to settle the score with your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Qian Daoliu said this with a cold face and a chilling tone. As he spoke, an abyss-like, bone-chilling coldness and killing intent, along with terrifying spirit power pressure, suddenly erupted from his body, sweeping toward the surroundings like a tsunami. Under the spirit power pressure released by Qian Daoliu, Thunder Douluo Yu Yuanjin, and the crowd of Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect members felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their backs. Their bones emitted groans, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Countless blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect disciples with lower cultivation levels knelt down directly, their faces flushed red. Angel Douluo, you are sophistically arguing. Among the elders of the blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, there was an elder with white hair and beard. His face was flushed red, the veins on his forehead were throbbing, and he clenched his fists, roaring angrily, refusing to admit his fault or bow his head. That's right, Xiaogeng should not have approached your spirit hall holy maiden, peeked at your spirit hall's books, or stolen your spirit hall's secrets. But it has been so many years, and your spirit hall holy maiden still cannot forget Xiaogeng. This is her own business. It has nothing to do with Xiaogeng, and even less to do with our blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. By what right do you attribute your son's death to us? To this, Qian Daoliu's expression remained only indifferent and cold, and he sneered. I have not attributed my son's death to you. Otherwise, your blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect would have been wiped out, clan and all, just like the Clear Sky Sect. I have come this time, only to hold your blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect accountable. If you obediently admit your mistakes and make reparations, you might still be able to survive. But if you are unwilling to admit your mistakes and refuse to repent, then I will send you, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, to meet the Clear Sky Sect on the road to the Yellow Springs. What? The Clear Sky Sect has already been wiped out. When they learned of the Clear Sky Sect's fate from Qian Daoliu, Thunder Douluo Yu Engine, Yu Luomian, and the crowd of Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect elders and disciples could not help but be filled with immense fear. They simply could not believe it. How could this Qian Daoliu be so ruthless? All this time, Qian Daoliu had maintained the image in the Spirit Master's world of being a kind-hearted, soft-hearted, morally upright, and promise-keeping good old man. Even this time, when Qian Xunji was killed by Tang Hao, they had never thought that Qian Daoliu would exterminate the entire Clear Sky Sect. But seeing Qian Daoliu's cold eyes, the aura of void and dead silence emanating from his body, and the sky-high killing intent, he was like a different person compared to before, like a fallen angel. It's over. This Qian Daoliu must have had a drastic change in temperament because of Qian Xunji's death, and has fallen and blackened. For a moment, Thunder Douluo Yu Engine and the others from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect thought in despair. They began to feel immense resentment and anger toward Tang Hao, who had killed Qian Xunji. Damned Tang Hao, it's all your fault. You killed an angel and released a demon. By the way, who are you? After speaking, Qian Daoliu turned his cold gaze toward the elder with white hair and beard who was still unwilling to admit his fault or bow his head. You also know that your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's Yu Xiaogeng deliberately approached the holy maiden of my spirit hall, causing her to nearly betray us, and even peeked at my spirit hall's books and stole my spirit hall's secrets. Not to mention anything else, just for these crimes, I could even wipe out your Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. What qualifications do you have to dare to scold me? It seems that I was too kind and benevolent before, such that even an insignificant nobody like you dares to act up in front of me. But now, I am no longer who I was. Those who dare to offend me die. As he spoke, dazzling golden light instantly burst from Qian Daoliu's body, transforming into a large golden hand in the air. It reached out and grabbed that elder, crushing his bones amid his screams, then dragged him back and threw him onto the grass in front of him. Zuer, kill this old thing for me. Qian Daoliu looked at Qian Rengsu and ordered coldly. The current Qian Rengsu had not yet gone against her conscience to kill the first prince, Zhu Qinghe. She was even more soft-hearted, innocent, and kind than the Qian Rengsu in the original work. And since he had brought Qian Rengsu, Qian Daoliu certainly wanted to find a way to slowly change her personality. Everything would start with ordering Qian Rengsu to kill this ignorant and reckless old thing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Grandfather. Looking at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect elder lying on the ground, Wailing, rolling around, and begging for mercy, Qian Rengsu initially felt reluctant, because until now, she had never killed anyone. But in order not to disappoint her grandfather, Qian Rengsu gritted her teeth, drew a precious sword, stepped forward, and with one strike, decapitated the blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect elder whose bones were all crushed. Blood gushed out from the neck like a fountain, spilling all over the ground. Seeing this, Thunder Douluo Awakens, Yu Luomian, and the rest of the blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect elders and disciples were filled with grief and indignation, feeling a sense of sorrow for their kind, but they all clenched their fists, not daring to show even a trace of dissatisfaction. Because Qian Daoliu and the Spirit Hall were simply too powerful. In the past, Qian Daoliu was soft-hearted, blindly adhered to morality, and kept his promises. Even though his strength was incomparably powerful, he was a good old man who was kind and easily bullied. Everyone dared to express dissatisfaction with the Spirit Hall, regardless of whether the matters they were dissatisfied with were true or false. But now it was different. Qian Daoliu had blackened, becoming incomparably ruthless and decisive in killing. He would kill at the slightest disagreement. There is a saying that goes well: good people are never feared, but bad people are the opposite. At this moment, Thunder Douluo Awakens, Yu Luomian, and the remaining blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect elders and disciples were filled with fear, not daring to express a trace of dissatisfaction, fearing they would bring about a fatal disaster. And since they dared not resent the Spirit Hall, except for a very small number like Thunder Douluo Awakens and Yu Luomian, who were close relatives of Yu Xiaogeng, the vast majority of the blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect elders and disciples naturally directed their inner resentment and anger toward Yu Xiaogeng, roaring crazily in their hearts. Damned Yu Xiaogeng, you trash, why didn't you die outside? Why did you have to go and provoke the Spirit Hall, bringing such a great disaster upon our blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect? Seeing the current performance of the blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect members, Qian Daoliu sneered in his heart. In the past, he was too much of a good old man, too soft-hearted, and too easily bullied. So much so that even when Yu Xiaogeng's crimes were clear, these people from the blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect still dared to quibble. But now, after he had Qian Rengsu kill that ignorant and reckless elder, killing the chicken to warn the monkeys, the blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect was much more obedient. Your Excellency, Angel, my rebellious son did indeed commit many mistakes and crimes in your hall. We of the blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect express our deepest apologies for this. I wonder how we should make amends. Realizing that if they were not careful, their blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect might follow in the footsteps of the Clear Sky Sect, Thunder Douluo Awakens felt heavy in his heart, and could not help but force a smile as he cupped his fists and asked. Chapter 15. New Blackening Reward, the grace of His Holiness the Pope is endless. It is very simple, Qian Daoliu said with a cold and indifferent expression. Bibi Dong should have been the right-hand support for the future of our Spirit Hall, but now she is ruined. You certainly cannot compensate for this, so just cut off one of your own arms. In addition, hand over the true dragon 9 crowns of your blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, half of the collection in your treasury, and 1 billion gold coins as compensation, and that will suffice. Upon hearing this, Thunder Douluo Awakens immediately clenched his fists, his face turning red with anger. Damn Spirit Hall, they are bullying us too much. Simply too overbearing. If it were just handing over half of the treasury collection and 1 billion gold coins, it would be fine. But whether it was forcing him to cut off an arm or handing over their sect's treasure, the greatest foundation of the blue lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, the true dragon 9 crowns, it was simply unacceptable. However, despite his immense anger, he looked at the blue lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect elder lying on the ground, decapitated and already cold. And then at the figure in the sky, like a god or a demon, exuding bone-chilling coldness. In the end, despite his anger, Thunder Douluo Awakens only dared to be angry for a moment. There was no other way. Although he didn't want to cut off his own arm, and even less did he want to hand over the true dragon 9 crowns. But thinking of the Clear Sky Sect being completely exterminated, Thunder Douluo Awakens' gaze cleared, and he regained his reason. As long as the Green Hills remain, there is no need to worry about firewood. For the survival of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, if he had to cut off an arm, he would. If he had to hand over the true dragon 9 crowns, he would. It was better than the family and sect being completely wiped out and becoming history. It was not just Thunder Douluo Awakens. Luomian, as well as the other Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect elders and disciples, also clenched their fists, their hearts full of anger and unwillingness. But in the end, they all chose to swallow their pride, not daring to bargain. After all, the recent facts proved that this blackened Qian Daoliu really meant it when he said he would kill. And when he said he would send their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect to meet the Clear Sky Sect in the underworld, it likely wasn't a joke. The compensation requested by His Holiness, the angel, is very reasonable. I will give His Holiness the angel an explanation right now. Thunder Douluo Awakens forced a smile, circulated his spirit power, and with his right hand formed into a blade with a muffled grunt, he directly severed his own left arm. In an instant, blood gushed out. Although his face was pale, Thunder Douluo Awakens endured the pain and took out a blue-silver brocade box covered in lightning and dragon patterns from his spirit tool. After opening it, inside lay a head spirit bone that looked like 7-colored glass, shining with a jade-like luster. It was broken into 9 pieces, forcibly pieced together, and had a pair of 7-colored dragon horns on top. It was precisely the true dragon 9 crowns. His Holiness the Angel, this is our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's inheritance spirit bone, the true dragon 9 crowns. Please accept it. Thunder Douluo Awakens' eyes were full of heartache and reluctance, but he could only force a smile and hand the true dragon 9 crowns to Qian Daoliu. Afterward, Thunder Douluo Awakens took Qian Daoliu and several elders to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's treasury. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's treasury contained many treasures. Even taking away half was not easy. However, after completing the mission of holding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect accountable, the cold, mechanical voice of the blackening system sounded in Qian Daoliu's mind once again. Detected that the host has held the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect accountable, ordered Qian Rengsu to kill 1 Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect elder, ordered Thunder Douluo Awakens to cut off his own arm, hand over the inheritance spirit bone, the true dragon 9 crowns, half of the treasury collection, and 1 billion gold coins. Relative to the host's original persona, this behavior meets the blackening standard. The system is drawing rewards. Congratulations to the host, you have received the reward. Space Ring X1, 100x 100x 100 cubic meters, 100,000 year spirit bone, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon left arm bone, self-created spirit ability, thunder body tempering technique. This reward was all right. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Compared to the previous reward for destroying the Clear Sky Sect, this time, holding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect accountable, the reward was undoubtedly much worse. However, Qian Daoliu could reluctantly accept this. After all, this time, holding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect accountable was definitely weaker in terms of the degree of blackening compared to the previous destruction of the Clear Sky Sect. The impact on the future was also lower. But with this space ring as a reward, taking away half of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's treasury this time was easy. After putting on this space ring rewarded by the system, Qian Daoliu took Green Phoenix Douluo, Lion Douluo, and Light Feather Douluo to sweep through the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's treasury, taking away all the better treasures right in front of Thunder Douluo Awakens. These included a withered thunder hell vine, a 10,000-year thunder ganoderma, a bone-piercing blood dragon ginseng, and a large piece of star iron, etc. However, compared to other compensations, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect could not immediately produce the 1 billion gold coins. As a veteran upper 3 sects, the assets of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect were certainly far more than 1 billion gold coins. But the problem was that most of this was real estate, such as various industries and shops. Directly producing 1 billion gold coins was very painful and somewhat difficult for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Therefore, Qian Daoliu gave Thunder Douluo Awakens 3 days to raise the 1 billion gold coins. Anyway, after holding the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect accountable, he did not intend to return to Spirit City immediately, because he had already arrived at Heavendu Imperial City. As a transmigrator, Qian Daoliu naturally would not let go of the opportunity for the immortal herb at the ice and fire yin-yang well in the sunset forest. As for Dugubo, if he was sensible and submitted, that would naturally be best. If he didn't know how to live or die, then Qian Daoliu would have no choice but to send him to the west. After leaving the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect with Qian Rengsu, Green Phoenix Douluo, Lion Douluo, and other elders, as well as the elite Spirit Master Legion of Spirit Hall, Qian Daoliu looked at Green Phoenix Douluo and said with a cold expression, "Green Phoenix, you take everyone back to Spirit City first. Remember to count the Spirit Masters who sacrificed themselves in this operation and do a good job with the relevant compensation and consolation work. Our Spirit Hall will never let the sacrificed heroes bleed and cry. They sacrificed for our Spirit Hall, and we will definitely take care of their families to the end." "Great, His Holiness the Pope." In the rear, hearing Qian Daoliu's words, many elite Spirit Masters of Spirit Hall couldn't help but be moved, their eyes turning red. They were ready to die for Qian Daoliu and Spirit Hall. Didn't expect that His Holiness the Pope would value and care about them so much. He really had them in his heart. The grace of His Holiness the Pope is endless. Big brother, rest assured, I will do my best to carry out your instructions after I return. Green Phoenix Douluo also looked serious and solemn as he cupped his hands. Qian Daoliu stood with his hands behind his back and nodded indifferently. He glanced at the elite Spirit Masters of Spirit Hall who were moved to tears behind him, feeling very satisfied in his heart. There is a saying, what is done for the dead is for the living to see. The more he showed concern and importance for the Spirit Masters who sacrificed themselves in this operation, the more solid the loyalty of these living elite Spirit Masters of Spirit Hall would be. After all, they also knew clearly that they might also have a day when they would sacrifice themselves in the future. The more Qian Daoliu cared about and valued these sacrificed colleagues now, the more he would certainly do the same for them in the future. After watching Green Phoenix Douluo, Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, and other elders, along with the main force of elite Spirit Masters of Spirit Hall, disappear at the end of the mountain forest, Qian Daoliu looked at Qian Rengsu and said with a cold expression, "Let's go next. Grandpa is going to take you to a place." Chapter 16. Heavenly treasures belong to the virtuous, and fists are virtue. Heavendu Imperial City, Sunset Forest. Above the endless, boundless primeval forest, 2 streaks of golden light like meteors streaked across the sky, heading straight into the depths of the Sunset Forest. It was none other than Qian Daoliu and Qian Rengsu. After having Green Phoenix Douluo, Lion Douluo, Light Feather Douluo, and other elders and consecrated elders take the main force back to Spirit City, Qian Daoliu prepared to take Qian Rengsu to the ice and fire yin-yang well in the Sunset Forest to seize the greatest opportunity in the Douluo Continent. As the saying goes, heavenly treasures belong to the virtuous. And Qian Daoliu believed that in terms of virtue, if he claimed second place on the Douluo Continent, no one would dare claim first. Of course, some might have a different understanding of virtue. In that case, Qian Daoliu would not mind using his fists to prove just how powerful his virtue was. After venturing deep into the sunset forest, Qian Daoliu brought Qian Rengsu along and began searching everywhere, his gaze constantly scanning the mountain peaks within his line of sight. Although Qian Daoliu did not know the specific location of the ice and fire yin-yang well. But this ice and fire yin-yang well, having been hidden in the sunset forest for so long, must be located in the depths of the sunset forest. Furthermore, the valley where the ice and fire yin-yang well was located was permeated by white mist all year round. So, as long as they found a mountain peak in the depths of the sunset forest, whose summit was shrouded in dense white mist, then that was undoubtedly the mountain peak where the ice and fire yin-yang well was located. Found it. After searching for half a day in the depths of the sunset forest, Qian Daoliu finally found a mountain peak with its summit shrouded in dense white mist and rushed over with Qian Rengsu. Soon, Qian Daoliu brought Qian Rengsu through the vast mountain forest and arrived above the mountain peak where the ice and fire yin-yang well was located. From the air, Qian Daoliu looked down with cold, indifferent eyes, clearly seeing icy blue and crimson red light shimmering below. Then he brought Qian Rengsu down from the sky. Amidst a gust of wind, they broke through the dense white mist and landed beside the icy blue and crimson red light. After passing through the dense white mist, the view suddenly opened up. Before them appeared a strange pool, about 10 meters in diameter, resembling an ice and fire Teiji diagram. One side was icy blue, emitting biting cold, while the other was crimson red, emitting scorching heat. This is. Upon seeing the ice and fire yin-yang well, which seemed like a masterpiece of nature, a work of miraculous creation, the shocking scene made Qian Rengsu's beautiful eyes widen in astonishment, her heart filled with immense shock. However, Qian Daoliu remained expressionless, merely sweeping his cold, indifferent gaze around the ice and fire yin-yang well, spotting various exotic flowers and herbs familiar from his memories. The one that was entirely pink with a stem 3 feet long, flowers an inch in size, petals as crystal clear as crystal, with stamens like inlaid purple diamonds, and surrounded by a pink light barrier, was the fragrant silk immortal grass. The one that was entirely crimson red, with golden veins, and top leaves forming a coxcomb-like flower that trembled slightly, was the coxcomb phoenix sunflower. The one that was entirely icy blue, emitting biting cold, with flowers shaped like octagonal snowflakes, was the octagonal mysterious ice grass. These were all immortal items that had appeared in the first part of the Douluo series. Besides these, Qian Daoliu also saw several immortal items that only appeared in the subsequent Douluo series. For example, a cluster of bamboo that looked like black jade, with several bamboo shoots growing on the rhizomes. There was also a pitch-black plant, with a fruit the size of a fist at its top, covered in star-like golden light spots. And a vine that looked like green jade, covered in dragon scale patterns, bearing a small dragon-shaped golden melon. Are these the ink jade divine bamboo, star luo spiritual pearl, and earth dragon golden melon? Seeing these few immortal items, a trace of surprise flashed in Qian Daoliu's eyes. However, discovering these additional immortal items was a good thing for Qian Daoliu. Because among them, the ink jade divine bamboo might be able to allow Qianzhen Douluo and Jiangmo Douluo to evolve their spirits. The fruit of the star luo spiritual pearl could turn into the prototype of a second spirit core, allowing Qian Daoliu to condense a second spirit core in the future. As for the earth dragon golden melon, it could help gold crocodile Douluo evolve his spirit. But the commotion caused by Qian Daoliu and Qian Rengsu descending from the sky and landing beside the ice and fire yin-yang well was not small. Above a stone peak, beside the ice and fire yin-yang well, The old poison, who was meditating and cultivating in a cave above, was immediately startled. He opened his eyes, full of anger, rose, and quickly rushed out of the cave. After rushing to the cave entrance, when he saw Qian Daoliu and Qian Rengsu standing by the ice and fire yin-yang well, Douluo could not help but feel filled with rage. He clenched his fists, and with cold, icy eyes, he shouted angrily. Where did these petty thieves come from, daring to trespass into this old man's herb garden? Your herb garden. Hearing Douluo's voice, Qian Daoliu didn't need to think to know who it was. His expression was icy, his eyes full of indifference. He turned his head to look at Douluo, and 4 pairs of golden wings suddenly unfurled from his back. Under his feet, circles of scarlet 100,000-year spirit rings rose one after another. In an instant, a terrifying wave of spirit power and pressure, vast as the abyss, erupted from his body, sweeping across all directions like a tsunami, pressing down on Douluo. While releasing his spirit power pressure, Qian Daoliu walked slowly toward Douluo and said coldly, "What evidence do you have to prove that this is your herb garden? If you call out to it, will it answer you? You don't even know what its name is. Heavenly treasures have always belonged to the virtuous, and I consider my virtue to be higher than yours. Therefore, this treasure land should be mine. Do you have any objections? If you have objections, I can send you to meet the previous owner of this treasure land." Facing the limit Douluo level spirit power pressure, released by Qian Daoliu, Douluo immediately felt as if a great mountain had been placed on his back. He could not bear it at all, his bones groaned, and he fell directly to his knees, his body trembling. Looking at the 9 scarlet spirit rings surrounding Qian Daoliu, Douluo felt his brain buzzing. His sinister face was filled with shock, disbelief, and fear. His throat moved, and he said in a dry voice, A titled Douluo with all 100,000-year spirit rings. For a moment, Douluo felt his entire worldview had been overturned. How could such a heaven-defying existence exist in this world? Absorbing a 100,000-year spirit ring as his first spirit ring, wouldn't he explode and die? This left Douluo's mind in chaos. However, soon, Douluo noticed the 4 pairs of golden wings behind Qian Daoliu, and the 3 pairs of pure white wings unfurled behind Qian Rengsu. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he instantly guessed the identities of Qian Daoliu and Qian Rengsu. Angel Spirit. They are from the Qian family of Spirit Hall. Douluo was even more terrified. Could this be some old monster from Spirit Hall who hasn't died yet and has emerged into the world? He had originally wanted to defend his herb garden, but upon feeling the terrifying spirit power pressure released by Qian Daoliu, and seeing the 9 scarlet spirit rings surrounding Qian Daoliu, Douluo instantly sobered up. Your Excellency, are you the adults from the Qian family of Spirit Hall? The Qian family to which you belong leads Spirit Hall, maintaining the order of our Spirit Master's world for generations, and has made great contributions to the continent. With such virtue and merit, this treasure land should naturally belong to you, Your Excellency. Douluo was drenched in cold sweat, his heart filled with fear. He spoke in a dry, humble voice and directly prostrated himself deeply before Qian Daoliu, bowing down. Although Douluo's personality was eccentric and perverse, and he did not fear life or death. In the original work, even when facing Bibi Dong's threats or being hunted by Chrysanthemum Douluo, he would rather die than submit, refusing to yield to Spirit Hall. But not fearing death depended on the situation. Douluo might not fear death for the sake of freedom, but he was absolutely unwilling to die here silently, like a lowly insect, crushed to death by someone with a single finger. Chapter 17. New Blackening Reward, Electrolux's Remnant Soul, and the Riot in the River of Time. Host detected. Successfully seized the ice and fire yin-yang well from Douluo. Compared to the host's original character design, this behavior meets the blackening criteria. System is drawing rewards. Congratulations to the host, you have received the following rewards. Immortal Herb Illustrated Handbook Original Spirit Ability, Spirit Controlling General Technique, Electrolux's Remnant Soul, and Custom God Tier Spirit X1. After Douluo expressed his submission, the cold voice of the blackening system rang out once again in Qian Daoliu's mind. For a moment, Qian Daoliu felt streams of information suddenly flooding into his mind. These included information regarding all the potential immortal herbs and top-grade spiritual medicines that could appear on the Douluo Continent, various rare herbs and exotic herbs, as well as the cultivation method for the original spirit ability, Spirit Controlling General Technique. Meanwhile, in the river of time that Qian Daoliu could not perceive, the might of the blackening system directly crossed time, forcibly snatching the remnant soul of Electrolux, which would only descend upon the Douluo Continent 10,000 years later, and bestowing it into Qian Daoliu's body. Suddenly, Qian Daoliu heard a majestic and aged voice ring out in his mind. Holding the sun and moon in my hand, plucking the stars, there is no one like me in this world. I did not expect that this old man would still have a wisp of remnant soul left to survive. After this majestic and aged voice rang out, Qian Daoliu immediately sensed a gray current appearing in his sea of consciousness, which condensed into a gray bead and fell silent. System, why did you put Electrolux's remnant soul into my sea of consciousness? Qian Daoliu was initially quite satisfied with the Immortal Herb Illustrated Handbook and the Spirit Controlling General Technique rewarded by the system. But he did not expect the system to bring over Electrolux's remnant soul and place it inside his sea of consciousness, which made Qian Daoliu's expression rather unsightly. Because the sea of consciousness was one of the most fragile parts of the human body. Although he knew that Electrolux belonged to the category of a qualified old grandfather in the ring, this kind of uncontrollable danger was something Qian Daoliu found hard to tolerate. Rest assured, host, all rewards bestowed by this system are under the host's absolute control. Under the system's restrictions, this remnant soul of Electrolux will absolutely cooperate with the host and will not pose any danger to the host. The cold voice of the blackening system replied. Since his cheat had responded, Qian Daoliu could only believe it. He took a deep breath and began to think calmly. If that was truly the case, it wouldn't be bad. This Electrolux was the necromancer god of the throne of Seal World. In the Douluo II era 10,000 years later, even before handing over all his skills to the protagonist Hu Yuhao, he had created the Spirit Soul System and the Spirit Pagoda that would change the relationship between humans and spirit beasts in the future. Now, there is no god King Tang causing trouble. If he could obtain Electrolux's help to create a more perfect Spirit Soul System, perhaps he could unify spirit masters and spirit beasts. Although Qian Daoliu was an absolute human supremacist, he had always believed, those not of my race must have a different heart, one soul per spirit. However, the relationship between spirit masters and spirit beasts was truly somewhat subtle. If spirit beasts were to go extinct, spirit masters would not benefit either. And if he could create a more perfect spirit soul system and have it controlled by Spirit Hall, it would not only make the future of the spirit master system more glorious, but also make Spirit Hall even more irreplaceable. Of course, as a transmigrator, Qian Daoliu also knew the God Realm's attitude toward spirit beasts. The Spirit Soul System and Spirit Pagoda created by Hu Yuhao made the future of spirit beasts even worse, and there was likely interference from the God Realm. Therefore, this matter still needed to be considered carefully. Ding! Just then, the system's cold notification sound rang out again. Warning, warning. Due to this system crossing the river of time just now to snatch the remnant soul of Electrolux, which should have descended 10,000 years later, and bestowing it upon the host, It has caused a riot in the river of time. Upon detection, God King Tang, who was supposed to commit suicide in 30,000 years to follow Xiao Wu, did not reincarnate to the Falun star, but instead reincarnated into the host's current timeline. At the same time, the other Shrek's 7 devils who became gods 10,000 years later have all reincarnated into the current timeline as well. What? Qian Daoliu froze for a moment, his brows furrowed, and he asked in his heart. System, you were able to cross the river of time to snatch Electrolux's remnant soul from 10,000 years in the future. Why couldn't you suppress the river of time and prevent God King Tang and the other Shrek's 7 devils from 3,000 years in the future from reincarnating? This is just a minor accident. These reincarnated Shrek's 7 devils only possess memories from 10,000 years in the future and do not possess any of their strength from that time. This system believes that this will not have any impact on the host. The blackening system only replied in a cold, mechanical voice. Hearing this, Qian Daoliu thought about it, and it was indeed true. Reincarnating as Qian Daoliu and also obtaining the system. With such a king bomb starting hand, as long as he slowly completes the blackening tasks, he can steamroll everything. If it were the same as in the original work, it would be truly boring. Now, the Shrek 7 devils from 10,000 years in the future and God King Tang have reincarnated. This might even bring him quite a bit of entertainment. A cold smile curled on the corner of Qian Daoliu's lips. Receiving the rewards and communicating with the blackening system. It was only a matter of a few breaths. Discovering that Douluo Bo had directly knelt down and chosen to submit. With his body shrouded in golden light and 4 pairs of golden wings spread out behind him, Qian Daoliu looked down at Douluo Bo with an indifferent gaze like a god, and nodded faintly. You are sensible. In view of your sensibility, I will also grant you a fortuitous encounter. You must be Douluo Bo, the current patriarch of the Jade Phosphorus family in Heaven Du Imperial City. Your Jade Phosphorus family's inherited spirit, the Jade Phosphorus snake, has a flaw that brings the hereditary disease, Jade Phosphorus poison, to spirit masters. Since you have handed over this precious land, I will help your Jade Phosphorus family resolve the Jade Phosphorus poison on your bodies. After speaking, Qian Daoliu first extended his hand, and dazzling golden angel spirit power gathered in his palm, directly transforming into a golden beam of light that enveloped Douluo Bo. Angel spirit power, with attributes of divinity and light, possessed extremely strong purifying power and could remove negative states from spirit masters. For a Jade Phosphorus snake spirit master like Douluo Bo, the Jade Phosphorus poison on his body was, to a certain extent, equivalent to a negative state and was within the range that angel spirit power could purify. Under the angel spirit power released by Qian Daoliu, Douluo Bo immediately felt that the Jade Phosphorus poison that had accumulated in his body for many years was rapidly melting and dissolving under this dazzling golden spirit power, like snow covered by sunlight. Very soon, Douluo Bo felt that all the Jade Phosphorus poison in his body had been neutralized. His whole person felt relieved and refreshed. For a moment, Douluo Bo was simply stunned, filled with disbelief. The Jade Phosphorus poison, it really has disappeared. Looking at Qian Daoliu again, Douluo Bo immediately felt as if he saw the savior of their Jade Phosphorus family. He couldn't help but have red eyes, and with extreme excitement and earnestness, he knelt on the ground, kowtowed again, and shouted loudly. Thank you, noble your excellency, for removing the Jade Phosphorus poison from my body. For such great kindness, Douluo Bo has no way to repay you. I only wish to lead my Jade Phosphorus family to serve as slaves and servants to your excellency for generations, to devote our utmost efforts to you, and to go through fire and water for you. Chapter 18. Only by being bad first, then good can one inspire gratitude, Qian Rengsu's ice and fire body refining. Douluo Bo, Have you made up your mind? Regarding Douluo's voluntary submission, Qian Daoliu was not surprised in his heart. He only asked indifferently and coldly. This seat is named Qian Daoliu, the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, and also serving as High Priest. If you wish to submit to this seat, it is equivalent to joining my Spirit Hall, and in the future, you must devote yourself heart and soul to my Spirit Hall, going through fire and water. Even so, are you willing? This excellency was actually Qian Daoliu. Unexpectedly, the supreme powerhouse before him was the legendary, invincible-in-the-sky angel Douluo Qian Daoliu. Douluo was stunned for a moment, his heart filled with shock and disbelief. Because, according to his understanding, wasn't this excellency the angel Douluo Qian Daoliu, a gentleman of kind and benevolent character, who adhered to moral principles and was upright and honorable? But looking at the cold and sinister temperament of the excellency before him, who revealed his killing intent at the slightest disagreement, it was completely unlike that. However, soon Douluo thought of a possible reason. A few days ago, when he returned to the Douluo mansion in Heavendu Imperial City, he accidentally learned that the Spirit Hall's Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji had been killed by that clear sky Douluo, the new clear sky Douluo Tang Hao. And this Qian Xunji was precisely the son of this excellency, the angel Douluo Qian Daoliu. Could it be that due to the pain of losing his son, the excellency Qian Daoliu's temperament had changed drastically, and he had completely turned dark? Douluo couldn't help but think. But regardless, since he discovered that the spirit power produced by the angel spirit of the excellency Qian Daoliu before him seemed capable of solving their jade phosphorus family's jade phosphorus poison, Douluo made up his mind to lead his family to submit to Spirit Hall and submit to the Qian family, only so that his granddaughter could avoid the torment of the jade phosphorus poison in the future and live out her life in peace. Replying to your excellency, Douluo is willing. Douluo knelt on the ground, his sinister face full of sincerity and seriousness. He prostrated himself again, bowing deeply to show his submission. Since you have chosen to submit to this seat shall bestow upon you another opportunity. Qian Daoliu nodded coldly and took out a brocade box from his spatial ring. With a light toss, the brocade box, supported by spirit power, slowly descended before Douluo, hovering in the air. Actually, your jade phosphorus family's jade phosphorus poison can also be solved with a spirit bone. As long as you force the jade phosphorus poison within your body into this spirit bone and store it, you will no longer be troubled by the jade phosphorus poison. This is equivalent to artificially creating a place within your body to store toxins, just like the venom sac of a jade phosphorus snake. And in this brocade box lies a 10,000-year left arm bone of a dark nether earth scorpion. Take it and fuse with it. This time, Qian Daoliu held the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect accountable and almost completely emptied the precious treasures in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's treasury. Inside, there happened to be such a 10,000-year poison-type spirit bone. Because in Spirit Hall, there were no spirit masters whose spirits were primarily poison-attributed and had significant potential. Since Douluo voluntarily submitted, Qian Daoliu thought for a moment, then took out this 10,000-year poison-type spirit bone and gave it to Douluo. A 10,000-year spirit bone. Looking at the brocade box in front of him, Douluo's eyes were filled with shock, and he muttered blankly. After receiving the brocade box and opening it, when he saw the left arm bone inside, which was purplish-black all over, emitting a glistening jade light and shaped like a scorpion leg, Douluo could not help but become even more excited. His hands trembled, his eyes were filled with emotion, and he bowed to Qian Daoliu once again. Douluo, thanks the Lord for the reward. Very well, go now. Qian Daoliu waved his hand coldly, allowing Douluo to leave. After standing up, Douluo's eyes were still filled with emotion and respect. He bowed deeply to Qian Daoliu, turned around, leaped away, and disappeared. Watching Douluo bows departing back, Qian Daoliu stood with his hands behind his back, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his cold and indifferent eyes. Human nature is indeed like this. If he had shown himself to be kind and easy to talk to from the beginning, then, even if he had provided compensation for seizing the ice and fire yin-yang well, it would be hard to guarantee that Douluo Bo would not harbor resentment. But from the beginning, he displayed a cold and ruthless side, taking by force. Later, he acted to purify the jade phosphorus poison in Douluo Bo's body, bestowed a 10,000-year spirit bone, and informed him of the solution of using a spirit bone to store toxins. With such a contrast between before and after, it instead made Douluo Bo incomparably grateful and reverent. This world is sometimes just so ridiculous. A good person does good deeds their whole life, but if they ever do one bad thing, they will be labeled a hypocrite, saying that their previous kindness was all ulterior motive. But if a bad person does one good deed, they will become a savior, whitewashed by others, saying that their evil was a last resort. Truly ironic. After Douluo Bo left, Qian Daoliu looked at the ice and fire yin-yang well again, his expression indifferent, and walked straight towards a rare flower herb that was snow-white all over, as spotless as white lotus root, and shaped like a narcissus. After taking out a jade knife, harvesting this narcissus jade muscle bone, and placing it into a jade box, Qian Daoliu walked towards Qian Rengsu and handed over the jade box in his hand. Zuer, consume this narcissus jade muscle bone. This narcissus jade muscle bone is a top-tier immortal herb that surpasses the 10,000-year ginseng king. It has the effect of nourishing tendons and strengthening bones, clearing the extraordinary meridians, and can significantly improve your cultivation aptitude. Qian Daoliu said coldly, an immortal herb that surpasses the 10,000-year ginseng king. Qian Rengsu was very shocked. After receiving the narcissus jade muscle bone, following Qian Daoliu's instructions, she sat cross-legged on an open space and consumed the narcissus jade muscle bone. Afterwards, she closed her eyes tightly and began to meditate and refine it. In an instant, a dazzling holy white light burst forth from Qian Rengsu's body. Under the medicinal power of the narcissus jade muscle bone, Qian Rengsu's aura surged continuously. Soon, she reached a bottleneck. At this moment, Qian Rengsu opened her eyes. In those beautiful golden eyes there was joy and happiness, and she said happily, "Grandpa, I have broken through to level 40. Although her innate spirit power was level 20, because she was provoked by Bibi Dong to carry out the plan to usurp the country. In order to perfectly disguise herself as Zhu King, Qian Rengsu accepted too many unnecessary courses, so her cultivation time was compressed. From the awakening of her spirit at 6 years old to approaching Zhu King at 9. In 3 years, Qian Rengsu only broke through to the level 33 spirit elder realm. And after infiltrating to be by Zhu King's side. In this half year, Qian Rengsu only broke through 1 level, reaching level 34. Now, after consuming the narcissus jade muscle bone, Qian Rengsu directly broke through to a level 40 quasi-spirit ancestor. However, just as Qian Rengsu requested that Qian Daoliu take her to the Sunset Forest to help her find a suitable spirit beast to hunt and absorb her 4th spirit ring, thereby breaking through to spirit ancestor, Qian Daoliu coldly refused. Now is not the time for you to absorb a spirit ring. Grandpa, why? Qian Rengsu was stunned for a moment. Because beside this ice and fire yin-yang well, there grow 2 special ice and fire immortal herbs. If you consume them and jump into this ice and fire yin-yang well to undergo ice and fire body refining, you can increase your spirit ring absorption limit by 5,000 years, allowing you to absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring for your 4th spirit ring. So now, you need to first consume these 2 ice and fire immortal herbs and undergo ice and fire body refining. Qian Daoliu stood with his hands behind his back and said coldly. Chapter 19. Condensing the first spirit core, Electrolux's remnant soul awakens. Increase the spirit ring absorption limit by 5,000 years. Hearing this, Qian Rengsu's exquisite and beautiful face was filled with shock. Grandfather, is this ice and fire body tempering really that powerful? When has grandfather ever lied to you? Qian Daoliu said coldly, with his hands behind his back. Afterwards, he told Qian Rengsu everything she needed to pay attention to when consuming the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate. Upon learning that, after consuming the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate, her body would be washed over by the alternating forces of ice and fire, becoming incredibly hot as if placed in magma, then becoming incredibly cold as if placed in a 10,000-year mysterious ice cavern. Qian Rengsu couldn't help but blush, her mind running wild. If that's the case, her clothes would definitely be ruined. With grandfather here, wouldn't that be inappropriate? However, seeing Qian Daoliu's indifferent expression, Qian Rengsu didn't dare to bring it up. Now, I will harvest this octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate, bring them together, and let their ice and fire auras neutralize each other. Remember to quickly pick up this octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate and consume them. After explaining how to consume the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate, Qian Daoliu continued coldly. He took out a jade knife, his figure flashed, and he quickly swept past the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate. With a swift motion of the jade knife in his hand, the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate instantly flew out and landed together. In an instant, the ice and fire forces of the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate were released, neutralizing each other immediately. Seeing this, Qian Rengsu gritted her teeth, stepped forward toward the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate, reached out with her jade hand to grab the two immortal herbs, and swallowed them in one gulp. After consuming the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate, Qian Rengsu immediately felt an extreme force of ice and heat surging alternately from her abdomen and flowing throughout her body. It made her body feel as if it were soaking in magma, burning with intense fire, and then as if it were placed in a 10,000-year mysterious ice cavern, bitingly cold, making her feel as if her body were about to freeze and shatter. Under such an extreme alternation of ice and fire forces, Qian Rengsu's clothes instantly shattered and fell to the ground. Qian Daoliu's expressionless, indifferent face froze subconsciously, and he quickly turned around. Although Qian Rengsu was considered the granddaughter of this body he possessed, she was no longer young. Some things still needed to be minded. After consuming the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot delicate, Qian Rengsu endured the alternating pain of scorching fire and bone-chilling cold. With every step leaving a charred mark or frost, she quickly walked to the edge of the ice and fire yin-yang well. Immediately after, she jumped toward the center of the ice and fire yin-yang well. A large splash of water erupted, turning into thick white mist in the air as it rose. After jumping into the ice and fire yin-yang well, Qian Rengsu soaked in it and fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, hearing the commotion, Qian Daoliu also turned around and walked toward the ice and fire yin-yang well. Discovering that Qian Rengsu had successfully jumped into the ice and fire yin-yang well without any issues, Qian Daoliu shifted his gaze again, looking at the various immortal herbs and spiritual medicines growing around the ice and fire yin-yang well. In his mind, he searched for the information on immortal herbs recorded in the Immortal Herb Guide. Qian Daoliu quickly locked his target onto an immortal herb that looked like white jade throughout. This immortal herb was called the Hunyuan Immortal Herb. According to the introduction in the Immortal Herb Guide, after consuming this Hunyuan immortal herb, not only could it increase one's cultivation, but it could also bring a power called Hunyuan One Breath, which would fuse into the spirit power. It could significantly increase a spirit master's control over the spirit power within their body, helping the spirit master compress their spirit power and condense a spirit core. This was exactly what Qian Daoliu needed at the moment. Because his cultivation was already at the 99th level limit Douluo perfection, it could be said that he had reached the limit of the spirit master system. Next, if Qian Daoliu wanted to break through to the 100th level, he must either inherit a god position and transform into a god, or collect faith himself to condense a god position, thereby becoming a god. Besides that, there was also compressing spirit power and condensing a spirit core. This was currently the only method Qian Daoliu could quickly accomplish to increase his strength. Because in Douluo Dalu a titled Douluo could condense a spirit core. And now, Qian Daoliu's cultivation had reached limit Douluo. His spirits, the 8-winged angel and the 8-winged fallen angel, both possessed mental attributes. This made Qian Daoliu's mental force quite powerful. Furthermore, after consuming the Hunyuan immortal herb, he could also increase his control over the spirit power within his body. If he still couldn't condense a spirit core under these conditions, then Qian Daoliu should just commit suicide to apologize. After finding an open space beside the ice and fire yin-yang well, Qian Daoliu sat cross-legged, consumed the Hunyuan immortal herb, and began to circulate his spirit power to digest the medicinal power of the Hunyuan immortal herb. Soon, Qian Daoliu successfully refined the Hunyuan immortal herb, feeling an inexplicable force fuse into his internal spirit power, greatly increasing his perception and control over the spirit power within his body. Let's begin the compression. Qian Daoliu muttered coldly, beginning to control the spirit power within his body and continuously compressing it in his danshan. Because his mental force was already strong enough, coupled with the help of the Hunyuan immortal herb, the angel spirit power, which was already in liquid form inside Qian Daoliu's danshan, continuously gathered and soon formed a small golden lake. Immediately after, through continuous compression and refinement, it finally condensed into a brilliant, transparent, multifaceted golden crystal. The first spirit core was complete. After the first spirit core was condensed, a more majestic and vast aura and pressure, like an abyss or ocean, suddenly erupted from within Qian Daoliu's body, sweeping in all directions like a shockwave, making the surrounding air seem to twist and stagnate. The feeling of increasing strength is truly wonderful. Qian Daoliu slowly stood up, opened his arms, and on his cold and handsome face, he slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and muttered to himself with great pleasure. Besides the Hunyuan immortal herb, Qian Daoliu also planned to consume the fruit of the Star Luo spiritual pearl, to serve as the prototype for the second spirit core that would need to be condensed when cultivating his second spirit, the 8-winged fallen angel, in the future. Otherwise, condensing the second spirit core in the future would likely require a significant amount of effort. Walking back to the side of the Star Luo spiritual pearl, Qian Daoliu bent down, picked the fruit at the top of the Star Luo spiritual pearl, and consumed it. After the fruit of the Star Luo spiritual pearl entered his abdomen, Qian Daoliu immediately felt a majestic medicinal power rise from his abdomen again, quickly flowing through his entire body. However, with Qian Daoliu's current cultivation, he quickly absorbed and refined the medicinal power of the Star Luo spiritual pearl, transforming it into fallen angel spirit power using his second spirit, the 8-winged fallen angel. Immediately after circulating it within his body, he stored it in the prototype of the second spirit core, which had transformed into a tiny, transparent, golden bead-like Star Luo spiritual pearl fruit after releasing its medicinal power. After consuming the fruit of the Star Luo spiritual pearl, Qian Daoliu stood up again and walked toward the Wangshuan Qiashui dew, preparing to harvest and consume the Wangshuan Qiashui dew as well. Because he had previously received the Soul Ascension method, rewarded by the system. The Soul Ascension method required fusing spirit power, mental force, and life force to sublimate into a more powerful force. This meant that Qian Daoliu not only needed to cultivate and increase his spirit power, but also needed to increase his mental force and life force. As it happened, the Wangshuan Qiashui dew could increase mental force. Qian Daoliu naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. After harvesting the Wangshuan Qiashui dew, Qian Daoliu found another open space beside the ice and fire yin-yang well, sat cross-legged, lifted the Wangshuan Qiashui dew in his hand, and poured the dew-like essence inside into his mouth. The next moment, the Wangshuan Qiashui dew in Qian Daoliu's hand instantly turned into dust and scattered without a trace. Qian Daoliu tightly closed his eyes and began to meditate and refine it. However, the medicinal power of the Wangshuan Qiashui dew would normally strengthen the eyes and mental force. But when the medicinal power of the Wangshuan Qiashui dew turned into wisps of golden light, continuously flowing toward Qian Daoliu's head and gathering toward his eyes. In Qian Daoliu's mind, the gray bead that had been formed by the originally dormant remnant soul of the undead Saint Mage Electrolux suddenly emitted a suction force, continuously absorbing the wisps of golden light. With the help of the medicinal power of the Wangshuan Qiashui dew, Electrolux's remnant soul quickly awakened. Chapter 20, Electrolux. Is this a coincidence of fate? The powerful spirit controlling general technique. The old man, I'm not dead. Inside Qian Daoliu's mind. The gray orb formed by Electrolux's remnant soul emitted a mental fluctuation, quickly determining his current situation. However, it seemed he had now arrived in a different world. As a supreme powerhouse of his generation, Electrolux could clearly feel that this world was different. Soon, Electrolux also sensed the origins of the eight-winged angel spirit and the eight-winged fallen angel spirit, which were respectively emitting light and dark auras within Qian Daoliu's mental sea. Light and dark in one body, is this a coincidence of fate? He hadn't expected that inside Qian Daoliu's body, he would possess both light and dark powers, just like he once had. Electrolux couldn't help but feel conflicted. At this moment, Qian Daoliu also sensed Electrolux's remnant soul awakening in his mind. Your Excellency Electrolux, the necromancy holy magic god, I have long admired you. Qian Daoliu's cold inner voice echoed in the mental sea. You know me. Discovering that Qian Daoliu had actually called out his name, Electrolux found it somewhat unbelievable. That's right. Qian Daoliu nodded in acknowledgement. To a certain extent, your arrival here, Your Excellency, is because I pleased a supreme and great existence. It was to reward me that this great existence brought you here. Because you, Your Excellency, can help me realize my ideals and make this world a better place. The blackening system was an existence capable of traversing the long river of time. Calling it a supreme and great existence was perfectly fine. And since he had to perform blackening system tasks to obtain rewards, then this counted as pleasing the blackening system, which was also perfectly fine. Furthermore, in his past life, Qian Daoliu had read Throne of Seal and knew Electrolux's past. Although Electrolux was the necromancy holy magic god, he had previously been the son of light, an extremely kind person. The reason he had fallen to this point was entirely due to the tricks of fate. Therefore, Qian Daoliu believed that by sharing his thoughts with Electrolux, he would certainly be able to gain Electrolux's support and assistance. Besides that, the blackening system had previously promised that all rewards were under his control. Electrolux would absolutely cooperate with him. No matter how the blackening system achieved this, Qian Daoliu believed it. Moreover, Qian Daoliu now realized something. Among the previous blackening system rewards, there was the spirit-controlling general technique from the world of the outcast. Electrolux's remnant soul was also a spirit body. It was completely within the control range of the spirit, controlling general technique. Afterwards, Qian Daoliu briefly introduced the Douluo Continent to Electrolux, as well as the major forces, especially the existence of Spirit Hall, and the goals he wished to achieve. You want to unify this continent. Based on your current introduction, this should not be difficult for your Spirit Hall. Electrolux asked in an aged voice. That's right. Qian Daoliu nodded and calmly admitted. The current Douluo continent is fragmented, with many nations standing tall. The reason there are no frequent wars and relative peace is maintained is because of the existence of our Spirit Hall, which stabilizes the situation. But even so, the two great empires, as well as the various kingdoms and duchies, continue to maintain armies and armaments, crazily exploiting the people under their rule for this purpose, leaving the people unable to taste meat even a few times after a year of labor. Only by unifying the continent can we break all of this, reduce internal friction, and allow the people to recuperate. At the same time, I can vigorously develop the lost spirit tool technology and other techniques, causing productivity to skyrocket, and with abundant material wealth, allow everyone to live a better life. However, all of this is not that easy. Why do you say that? After listening to Qian Daoliu's dream, Electrolux felt great admiration and appreciation, and asked. Because there is a group of existences who claim to be gods, who may not want to see our Douluo continent unified and developing spirit tool technology. Among them, especially a sea god who ascended from the endless ocean, this is even more so. Qian Daoliu's lips curled into a trace of coldness and mockery as he spoke. Although I have no clear evidence, our Douluo continent's spirit tool technology was once able to create spirit tools capable of spatial storage and even escaping into the ocean. But now, all technology has been lost and can only be excavated from ruins. All books recording this era, especially books recording these spirit tool technologies, have all disappeared. Moreover, before our spirit hall was established, the continent was in a dark age where evil spirit masters ran rampant, which was incomparably cruel and ignorant. Theoretically speaking, it is impossible for a normal empire's collapse to leave not even a single book behind. It is even more impossible for such great technology to be lost so thoroughly. Currently, the only objects I can suspect are these gods. How should this old man help you? Although it was their first meeting, Electrolux did not know why, but he felt an incomparable trust towards Qian Daoliu in his heart, and without hesitation, he asked directly. Although his life had been a failure in the past. But if he could help Qian Daoliu make this world a better place, he was very willing. I hope, Your Excellency Electrolux, that you can teach me your method of cultivating mental force, the method of perfectly fusing light and undead powers, and the cultivation method for undead magic. Qian Daoliu also said directly. Very well. Electrolux thought for a moment and did not refuse. However, I am currently just a wisp of a remnant soul, and my memories are still somewhat fragmented. I need to properly organize the memories in my mind. After finishing the communication with Electrolux in his mind. Beside the ice and fire yin-yang well, Qian Daoliu opened his eyes, pondered with a cold expression, and prepared to organize the new abilities he had currently obtained from the blackening system rewards. After successfully condensing the first spirit core and having a prototype for the second spirit core. Next, if he wanted to further improve his strength, he needed to master the new abilities rewarded by the blackening system. Currently, the new abilities he had obtained from the blackening system rewards were the Golden Light Mantra, the Soul Ascension Method, the Thunder Body Tempering Technique, and the Spirit Controlling General Technique. Among them, the Golden Light Mantra was relatively simple and was a technique that combined both offense and defense. By converting angel spirit power into golden light, it not only possessed purification capabilities, but also had more diverse offensive and defensive means. As for the soul ascension method, it could combine essence, energy, and spirit into one, allowing spirit power to transform into a higher level power. However, currently, because there was no reference object, Qian Daoliu did not know if the power produced by using the soul ascension method to combine essence, energy, and spirit could reach the quality of divine force. Besides that, the soul ascension method could also increase the age of spirit rings and spirit bones. Qian Daoliu thought for a moment and felt that perhaps he could use the soul ascension method to repair the true Dragon 9 crowns and fuse them. The spirit bone ability of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's true Dragon 9 crowns was quite powerful. As for the thunder body tempering technique, it was a body refining method that required the aid of thunder power. Currently, if Qian Daoliu wanted to cultivate it, he had to fuse the rewarded 100,000-year Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon left arm spirit bone. However, thinking of the spirit controlling general technique, a bold look flashed in Qian Daoliu's eyes. Perhaps he did not need to fuse this 100,000-year Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon left arm spirit bone. Because the spirit controlling general technique could capture and control spirit bodies. According to the system's explanation, a spirit after a spirit master dies counts as a spirit body. What about spirit rings then? Perhaps he could use the spirit-controlling general technique to remove the spirit rings of the 8-winged angel spirit and replace them with real 100,000-year spirit rings. After all, his upgraded 100,000-year spirit ring still only had one spirit ability. It was just more powerful. It would be better to replace it with a real 100,000-year spirit ring to obtain 2 spirit abilities. It just so happened that the Sky Azure Bull Python in the core area of the Stardew Great Forest had a cultivation level reaching 100,000 years and was of the thunder attribute. If he hunted this Sky Azure Bull Python for its spirit ring, he could not only obtain a real 100,000-year spirit ring, but also gain the thunder attribute, thereby cultivating this thunder body tempering technique. It was simply perfect. Afterwards, Qian Daoliu tested the spirit-controlling general technique. By testing it on himself, Qian Daoliu couldn't help but discover that the spirit-controlling general technique could not only forcibly capture a spirit master's spirit, but could also remove spirit rings from the spirit. It was just that, in the case where the spirit master was not dead, there would be resistance to forcibly capturing the spirit, and the same applied to removing the spirit ring. But as long as the gap in strength was large enough, he could completely use the spirit-controlling general technique to forcibly strip the spirit master's spirit and remove the spirit ring from the spirit. Interesting. Discovering the power of the spirit-controlling general technique, a cold smile could not help but curl onto Qian Daoliu's cold face. If one can forcibly capture a spirit, then can one forcibly bestow a spirit. This spirit-controlling general technique might just bring me quite a bit of fun. Chapter 21. Nothing in this world is taken for granted. Sunset Forest, Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During these 6 months, Qian Rengsu had been in the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well, undergoing ice and fire body tempering. During this period, Qian Daoliu naturally stood guard by her side. However, while guarding Qian Rengsu, Qian Daoliu was not idle. He was cultivating and developing the various abilities rewarded by the blackening system, while also receiving instruction from Electrolux on light magic, necromancy, and meditation techniques. The meditation technique taught by Electrolux was certainly very different from the meditation methods on the Douluo Continent. It was a technique specifically designed to enhance mental force. Although Qian Daoliu could not leave the ice and fire yin-yang well for the time being because he was guarding his granddaughter Qian Rengsu. As the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, Qian Daoliu certainly could not abandon Spirit Hall. For these 6 months, Qian Daoliu had been writing his orders in letters, having Douluo Bo take them to the Spirit Hall in Heaven Du Imperial City, where they were forwarded to the Supreme Pontiff Palace in Spirit City. At the same time, he also had Gold Crocodile Douluo send letters detailing the major events concerning Spirit Hall happening across the continent to the Spirit Hall in Heaven Du Imperial City, which Douluo Bo would then bring to him for review and approval. After Qian Daoliu brought Qian Rengsu to the ice, and fire yin yang well for her ice and fire body tempering. The first major event to occur on the continent was, naturally, Spirit Hall's eradication of the Clear Sky Sect. Once the eradication of the Clear Sky Sect was discovered, it quickly spread throughout the continent. It caused an uproar on the continent. Because the image Qian Daoliu had previously projected on the continent was always that of a kind, benevolent, and morally upright good man. This had long been deeply ingrained in the hearts of the older generation, in the major powers of the Spirit Master's world. Even knowing that Tang Hao had killed Qian Xunji, no one would have thought that Qian Daoliu would use such a cruel method to exterminate the entire Clear Sky Sect, leaving no one alive, truly leaving not even a chicken or dog behind. Even the direct descendants and disciples of the Clear Sky Sect, who were lucky enough to be away, were severely and cruelly struck down as long as they were associated with the Clear Sky Sect. For a time, this completely subverted the past image of Spirit Hall. However, Qian Daoliu had already thought of a solution for this. He had Gold Crocodile Douluo directly reveal, in the name of Spirit Hall, that Tang Hao had married the 100,000 year morphed spirit beast Yin and had a child with her. He defined Tang Hao and the Clear Sky Sect as traitors to humanity. After all, isn't it only natural for spirit masters to hunt spirit beasts? For a human to fall in love with a spirit beast and even have offspring? This was undoubtedly an act of rebellion, a violation of human ethics, and something that was absolutely not allowed. Today, you Tang Hao can marry a spirit beast and have offspring. Tomorrow, your Clear Sky Sect could collude with spirit beasts and betray humanity. Their Spirit Hall's crusade against these traitors was for the benefit of humanity, the same nature as eradicating fallen spirit masters and evil spirit masters to maintain the order of humanity and the spirit master's world. Yet that traitor Tang Hao dared to resist, protecting that 100,000 year morphed spirit beast, and even relying on the fact that their Supreme Pontiff was kind-hearted and merciful, he suddenly killed their Supreme Pontiff. This was simply a betrayal of humanity, a crime that could not be pardoned. After condemning Tang Hao and the Clear Sky Sect, Qian Daoliu had Spirit Hall announce again, in a tone of grief. Their Spirit Hall had killed the 100,000 year morphed spirit beast to maintain the order of the Spirit Master's world. As a result, the Supreme Pontiff Qian Xunji was killed by that traitor Tang Hao, which left the current Supreme Pontiff, Lord Qian Daoliu, feeling disheartened and dispirited. He decided that he would no longer interfere with the order of the Spirit Master's world and would only be responsible for spirit awakening and Spirit Master subsidies across the continent. Once this message was announced, it instantly caused an even greater shock on the continent than the eradication of the Clear Sky Sect. For a time, countless nobles, spirit grandmaster families, and sects were excited and pleasantly surprised, because from now on, when they oppressed commoners, there would no longer be Spirit Hall enforcement teams coming to hold them accountable. However, most people felt that this didn't seem to affect them much. After all, ever since Spirit Hall was established, for thousands of years, it had been protecting commoners, eradicating fallen spirit masters and evil spirit masters, and maintaining the order of the Spirit Master's world. This was something that commoners, nobles, and spirit masters alike had become accustomed to. Therefore, they instinctively assumed that the environment they lived in was naturally like this. Even without Spirit Hall, nothing would change. Qian Daoliu also watched this coldly and saw it clearly. But without the maintenance of Spirit Hall, would nothing really change? Obviously, that is not the case. During the period of the peerless Tang sect 10,000 years later, whether it was the rampaging evil spirit masters, the spirit awakenings that required payment, or the disappearance of spirit master subsidies, these all proved that the disappearance of Spirit Hall did not just represent the disappearance of Spirit Hall. Admittedly, Qian Daoliu also admitted that Spirit Hall was not perfect. But at the very least, with their Qian family, the conscience of the Douluo Continent, Spirit Hall would not do too poorly. Whether it was the non-coercive faith, the free spirit awakening, or urging the two great empires to distribute spirit master subsidies, Spirit Hall had always been doing practical things for the vast number of commoners and commoner spirit masters. Otherwise, do you not see that in the endless ocean, both sea spirit masters and sea spirit beasts must be grateful for the kindness of the sea god Poseidon? The kindness of Lord Sea God can never be repaid. But Spirit Hall never forced people to believe in the angel god. It is just a pity that for these thousands of years, Spirit Hall had always been silently doing things, never claiming credit, and certainly never putting on a show. They were too conscientious and moral. This made everyone on the continent, whether commoners or spirit masters, accustomed to the sacrifice and contribution of Spirit Hall. They believed that all of this was taken for granted. But is there really anything in this world that can be taken for granted? Qian Daoliu did not think so. Since if a good person does 10,000 good deeds, but does just one bad deed, and whether this bad deed can even be considered a true bad deed is debatable, they become a big villain, a person guilty of heinous crimes. Then why not simply cast off the so-called responsibilities on one's shoulders and start by turning from a good person into a cold, self-interested villain? Wait until everyone knows what the world will become without the protection of Spirit Hall, and then, at the earnest request of the masses, emerge to turn the tide and accept their gratitude. Qian Daoliu was a pragmatist and had never been trapped by the shackles of conscience and morality. Since being bad first and then good could yield the greatest benefits, he would naturally do it. After all, if I am wholeheartedly a good person, then the eradication of the Clear Sky Sect is an indelible stain. But if I choose to be a villain, then, when I come out to be a good person again, you will instead sing my praises for the eradication of the Clear Sky Sect. Meanwhile, in a corner of the continent, upon learning that the Clear Sky Sect had actually been exterminated by Spirit Hall, leaving no one alive, Tang Hao was stunned on the spot. His body immediately went limp, and he fell to his knees on the ground. His eyes were red, he was panting like an ox, feeling heartbroken and devastated, and he began to howl at the sky. No, no. Father, big brother. In his grief, Tang Hao subconsciously clenched his fists and tensed his arms. He nearly strangled the recently born god King Tang, who was still an infant and hadn't even regained consciousness. Chapter 22, Tang Hao mourns at the Clear Sky Sect. Qian Rengsu completes her transformation. Originally, while fleeing under the pursuit of Qian Xunji and the many powerful experts of Spirit Hall, Tang Hao was already severely injured while carrying Ah Yin and the newborn Tang San. He had planned to wait until his injuries healed before taking his son, Tang San, back to the Clear Sky Sect. But now, upon learning that the Clear Sky Sect had actually been exterminated by the damned Spirit Hall, he was devastated. This left Tang Hao heartbroken and in utter agony, leading him to rush back to the Clear Sky Sect to collect the bodies of his deceased father, older brother, and the many clansmen who had been implicated. He, Tang Hao, was a sinner of the Clear Sky Sect. Damned Spirit Hall, you truly have no humanity. You are nothing but demons from hell. Tang Hao's eyes were splitting, his heart screaming in hysteria, and he roared crazily. Just you wait. I, Tang Hao, will not coexist with you, Spirit Hall. As long as I, Tang Hao, do not die. One day I will have my revenge. He rushed all the way back to the ruins of the Clear Sky Sect. Because it had already been over 10 days since Tang Hao learned the news of the Clear Sky Sect's extermination. In the ruins of the Clear Sky Sect, which had been reduced to rubble during the Great Battle, corpses lay everywhere, with the bodies of the Clear Sky Sect's direct descendants and disciples strewn about. As for the bodies of the Spirit Hall Spirit Masters who died in battle, they had naturally been taken back to Spirit City and buried. But the bodies of the Clear Sky Sect members were left unattended, discarded right there. Due to the hot weather and the long passage of time. With flocks of crows circling in the sky and continuously pecking at them, these corpses were already unrecognizable, broken, and nearly reduced to dry bones, emitting a pungent, foul stench. Ugh. Father, big brother. Tang Hao's eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling, and he walked through the ruins of the Clear Sky Sect in utter agony, stumbling along, nearly on the verge of collapse, trying to find the bodies of his father and older brother. Yet, he discovered that he simply couldn't find them. During the Great Battle, the bodies of the Clear Sky Sect members were mostly broken and mutilated. Coupled with the long period of crows pecking and the scorching sun, the bodies were no longer human-shaped, and their identities were impossible to discern. This made Tang Hao's eyes turn bloodshot, nearly driving him mad. Spirit Hall, I want you all to die. I want you to die. Ultimately, because he couldn't distinguish the identities of the corpses, Tang Hao could only drag them all to the back mountain to bury them. On a flat area at the back mountain, he set up cenotaphs without even clothes, inserting tombstones above them, each engraved with the names and life stories of his father, Tang Zhen, and his older brother, Tang Xiao. After placing Tang San to the side, Tang Hao knelt before the cenotaphs, his eyes bloodshot, filled with overwhelming grief, weeping uncontrollably, and kowtowed 3 times heavily to the 2 cenotaphs. Father, big brother. It was all my fault. I was the one who implicated the family and the sect. I'm a sinner of the Clear Sky Sect. If I were given another chance, I would never dare to disobey Father's words again. That spirit hall is truly so ruthless, exterminating my entire Clear Sky Sect. Tang Hao swears that I will ruthlessly take revenge on Spirit Hall, ruthlessly take revenge on the Qian family, and take revenge on that damned Qian Daoliu, for my Clear Sky Sect, and for you, Father and Big Brother. Finally, Tang Hao clenched his fists, his eyes splitting, panting like an ox, and swore through gritted teeth. And even if he couldn't do it, his son, his grandson, his descendants, as long as they passed it down generation after generation and always remembered the hatred. In the future, they would certainly be able to successfully take revenge on Spirit Hall and the Qian family. Though the Clear Sky Sect is destroyed, the one to destroy Spirit Hall must be the Tangs. Meanwhile, within the territory of the Star Luo Empire, upon learning that the Clear Sky Sect had actually been exterminated by Spirit Hall, by that good-natured Qian Daoliu, with not even a chicken or dog left alive. Yu Xiaogeng, who had been taken away by Bibi Dong, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Wasn't that Angel Douluo Qian Daoliu kind and benevolent? How could he be so ruthless this time, actually exterminating the entire Clear Sky Sect? Could it be that it was truly because His Excellency killed Qian Xunji? In the pain of losing his son, had this Qian Daoliu's temperament changed drastically, and he had completely turned evil. Originally, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect had been questioned by Qian Daoliu and his people. Thunder Douluo Yu Engine was threatened into cutting off his own arm, and had to hand over the true Dragon 9 crowns, most of the treasury's holdings, and 1 billion gold coins. There were also people from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect complaining outside. But unfortunately, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect was only questioned, which wasn't as shocking as the Clear Sky Sect being exterminated. And for a period of time, people's attention is limited. With all the buzz occupied, by the extermination of the Clear Sky Sect. The news of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect being questioned and suffering heavy losses spread very slowly, let alone being discussed. Therefore, very few people knew. This meant Yu Xiaogeng still didn't know that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, where he belonged, had also suffered heavy losses because of him, and his father, Thunder Douluo Yu Engine, had been forced to cut off his own arm, becoming a one-armed dragon. And although it is said that Yu Xiaogeng was taken away by Bibi Dong, he likely escaped with his life. This made Yu Xiaogeng feel very grateful to Bibi Dong for a time. But as time passed, because Bibi Dong could not help Yu Xiaogeng evolve his spirit, nor could she help Yu Xiaogeng propose any spirit theory that would shock the world, or recruit a disciple with astonishing talent to prove himself. Therefore, Yu Xiaogeng still felt he couldn't stay with Bibi Dong any longer. Although he discovered that Qian Daoliu might have turned evil. Now, Yu Xiaogeng didn't dare to return to Notting Academy, afraid of being ambushed by people sent by Qian Daoliu. But Yu Xiaogeng still wanted to find a Spirit Master Academy to stay at, to try his luck and see if he could recruit a disciple with astonishing talent, and by training them into a powerful expert, prove himself. Since he couldn't return to Notting Academy. This made Yu Xiaogeng think for a while, and he couldn't help but tell Bibi Dong. He wanted to go to Suochu City to seek refuge with his good brother, Flender. His good brother, Flender, had founded a Spirit Master Academy called Shrek Academy, which specialized in recruiting genius spirit masters. Now that the path of evolving his spirit and proving himself was blocked, then he could only prove himself through spirit theory. And the best way to prove himself through spirit theory was none other than to take on a disciple and train them into a powerful expert to prove himself. Upon learning that Yu Xiaogeng wanted to go to Shrek Academy to seek refuge with Flender, Bibi Dong thought about it and agreed, preparing to go to Suochu City with Yu Xiaogeng to seek refuge with Flender. And after half a year, Qian Rengsu finally finished her ice and fire body tempering. Grandfather. After crawling out of the ice and fire yin-yang well, Qian Rengsu's exquisite, beautiful, holy, and noble face was filled with joy and happiness. She clenched her jade-like hands, feeling that her physical fitness had greatly improved. After the ice and fire body tempering, I feel that my physical fitness has improved a lot. Now, can I directly absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring? Qian Rengsu blinked her large, pale golden eyes and asked with full longing. You can, Qian Daoliu said coldly, with his hands behind his back. Besides the improvement in physical fitness, after the ice and fire body tempering, your body has actually acquired the ability to be immune to ice and fire energy attacks under the ultimate level. Since you have finished the ice and fire body tempering, then Grandfather should take you to the Stardew Great Forest to help you hunt for your 4th spirit ring. But before that, there is one more thing to do. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. Chapter 23. Seizing the remnant souls of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, Body Spirit, Imperial Supreme Tyrant Body. Saying this, Qian Daoliu summoned his 8-winged angel spirit to possess him, flapping his wings to soar into the air. His long golden hair danced wildly in the wind, and with an indifferent expression, he hovered in the sky, looking down at the ice and fire yin-yang well. After learning the spirit-controlling general technique, Qian Daoliu clearly sensed that deep beneath the ice and fire yin-yang well, 10,000 meters down, 2 extremely powerful soul bodies seemed to be sleeping. As a transmigrator, Qian Daoliu knew that the ice and fire yin-yang well was not actually formed naturally, but was born when the bodies of the ice and fire dragon kings from the ancient era fell here after they died. 10,000 meters deep beneath the ice and fire yin-yang well, those 2 sleeping soul bodies were clearly the remnant souls of the ice and fire dragon kings. Since he had obtained the spirit-controlling general technique, which could forcibly seize and control spirits. Qian Daoliu naturally could not let these two spirit beast remnant souls, whose strength rivaled that of level 1 gods, go. However, before this, Qian Rengsu was still sleeping within the ice and fire yin-yang well, undergoing ice and fire body tempering. Qian Daoliu was worried that using the spirit-controlling general technique to forcibly seize the remnant souls of the ice and fire dragon kings from the deep underground would affect his granddaughter Qian Rengsu's ice and fire body tempering. Thus, he did not act immediately. But now, since Qian Rengsu's ice and fire body tempering had ended, there was no need for further hesitation. Spirit-controlling general technique. In the air, Qian Daoliu reached out his hand, and his indifferent voice resounded through the sky. The next moment, a surge of black energy erupted from within Qian Daoliu's body, sweeping across the surroundings in the air, nearly blotting out the sun, and transforming into a pitch-black hole that released a terrifying suction force. However, this suction force did not affect the real world, but only targeted soul bodies. Or rather, it locked onto the remnant souls of the ice and fire dragon kings 10,000 meters deep beneath the ice and fire yin-yang well. Under the spirit-controlling general technique activated by Qian Daoliu, 10,000 meters deep beneath the ice and fire yin-yang well, the remnant souls of the ice and fire dragon kings were instantly awakened. They only felt a terrifying suction force acting upon their own soul bodies, forcibly dragging their remnant souls up into the sky. This filled the ice and fire dragon kings with shock and rage, and they could not help but let out deafening roars. Yet under the seizure of the spirit-controlling general technique, the remnant souls of the ice and fire dragon kings could not resist at all. Their massive soul bodies were directly dragged up into the sky, emerging from the valley where the ice and fire yin-yang well was located. At this moment, Qian Rengsu also summoned her seraphim spirit and curiously flew into the sky, standing beside Qian Daoliu. When she saw the two giant dragons, whose bodies were like small mountains, covered in ice blue and crimson dragon scales, over 1,000 meters long, with wings on their backs, slender necks, sharp claws, and majestic yet ferocious dragon heads, emerging from the valley where the ice and fire yin-yang well was located amidst anger and struggle. The scene was simply shocking to Qian Rengsu. So massive. After emerging from the valley where the ice and fire yin-yang well was located, the remnant souls of the ice and fire dragon kings were instantly pulled toward Qian Daoliu, transforming into an ice blue and a crimson stream of light that instantly merged into Qian Daoliu's palm. Grandfather, what is going on? How could there be two such massive dragons here? Even the legendary 100,000-year spirit beasts are nothing compared to this, right? Qian Rengsu was filled with shock and could not help but ask. Regarding this, Qian Daoliu did not answer easily. After bringing the remnant souls of the ice and fire dragon kings into his body, he ended the spirit-controlling general technique and said indifferently, "This precious land could not have been born naturally. Beneath this mountain peak exist the corpses of two god-level spirit beasts, the ice and fire dragon kings. And within these two corpses, there still existed remnant souls. Just now, Grandfather merely took their remnant souls away. All right, next we should head to the Stardew Great Forest." Facing Qian Daoliu's change of subject, Qian Rengsu opened her mouth. She had wanted to ask how Grandfather was able to take away the remnant souls of these two ice and fire dragon kings, but in the end, she didn't ask. Led by Qian Daoliu, the grandfather and granddaughter, with their seraphim and 8-winged angel spirit possessed, spread their wings behind them and soared into the sky, turning into two golden streams of light as they headed straight for the Stardew Great Forest. In less than a day, Qian Daoliu brought Qian Rengsu from Heavendew Imperial City, crossing more than half of the Heavendew Empire, to arrive at the Stardew Great Forest. But arriving at the Stardew Great Forest was not the end. Because Qian Rengsu's fourth spirit ring could already absorb a 10,000-year level 1, She definitely needed to hunt a 10,000-year level light attribute spirit beast, which required searching in the inner circle of the Stardew Great Forest. Flying rapidly over this endless, seemingly boundless green ocean-like forest, Qian Daoliu finally brought Qian Rengsu into the inner circle of the Stardew Great Forest. They began to search everywhere in the inner circle of the Stardew Great Forest. After searching for more than 2 days, Qian Daoliu helped Qian Rengsu successfully find a light golden spider with a cultivation of just over 10,000 years. He severely injured it and let Qian Rengsu deliver the killing blow. After absorbing the spirit ring of this 10,000-year light golden spider, Qian Rengsu obtained her 4th spirit ability, angelic free will. Its effect was to release countless light threads, ribbons, and chains to bind and control enemies. At the same time, once bound, it could also reduce the enemy's resistance to light attribute spirit abilities by 50%. This was effectively equivalent to increasing the power of her own light attribute spirit abilities by 50%. And after taking Qian Rengsu to hunt her 4th spirit ring and breaking through to the spirit ancestor level, Qian Daoliu brought Qian Rengsu back to Spirit City. However, on the way back to the gates of Spirit City with Qian Rengsu, Qian Daoliu did not follow her into Spirit City, but instead told Qian Rengsu to go back first. He still needed to handle some matters outside. After sending Qian Rengsu back to Spirit City, Qian Daoliu once again flapped his wings and soared into the air, turning into a golden stream of light as he rushed toward the Stardew Great Forest. Because he had obtained the spirit-controlling general technique, he could replace his spirit rings. Qian Daoliu naturally planned to replace the spirit rings among the 9 spirit rings of his 8-winged angel spirit that he was not very satisfied with, and replace them with the spirit rings of the Sky Azure Bull Python and Xiao Wu's mother. Among them, the attribute of the Sky Azure Bull Python was lightning, which had a fairly high compatibility with the 8-winged angel spirit. Moreover, absorbing the Sky Azure Bull Python's spirit ring would also allow him to practice the thunder body tempering technique. He naturally could not miss this. As for Xiao Wu's mother's spirit ring, it should be able to bring spirit abilities like teleportation, Paragon Golden Body, and etherealization, which were also very powerful. However, originally, Qian Daoliu's targets were only the Sky Azure Bull Python and Xiao Wu's mother. But before, the blackening system had also rewarded a customizable god-level spirit. For this short time, Qian Daoliu had been thinking, what kind of custom spirit should he choose? A god-level beast spirit that could bring a powerful body, or a god-level tool spirit that could be used as a weapon against enemies? But thinking of the soul ascension method and future plans, after repeated consideration, Qian Daoliu determined a new option. System, for that custom god-level spirit reward, I want to choose a body spirit that can bring powerful vitality and a formidable body, using the physical body itself as the spirit. On the way to the Stardew Great Forest, Qian Daoliu said in a deep voice to the blackening system in his heart, the system is matching a spirit for the host to become a god. Congratulations to the host. You have obtained the god-level physical body spirit, Imperial Supreme Tyrant Body. Soon, the cold mechanical voice of the blackening system sounded in Qian Daoliu's mind. Chapter 24. Mere little monkey and little snake, you dare to show off before me. Great desolation imprisoning heaven hand. In an instant, Qian Daoliu felt a surge of warm energy rush into his body, merging into his limbs and bones. The next moment, his body seemed to undergo some kind of transformation. His heartbeat became more powerful, like beating drums, and the blood in his veins became thicker, surging like liquid lead and mercury. Boundless power surged from within him, making Qian Daoliu feel as though a single punch could shatter a mountain. But of course, he knew this was an illusion. But after obtaining the body spirit, Imperial Supreme Tyrant Body, Qian Daoliu could clearly sense that his physical fitness had become incomparably powerful, far exceeding even that of Tang Chen. And after obtaining this third body spirit, Imperial Supreme Tyrant body, the Titan giant ape was naturally also listed by Qian Daoliu as one of his targets. With Qian Daoliu's strength, flying at full speed, it took less than an hour. Qian Daoliu returned to the Stardew Great Forest once again, penetrating deep into the core area of the innermost circle of the Stardew Great Forest. Looking down from the sky at the endless sea of verdant forest. Within it, the clear blue lake of life resembled a flawless sapphire, embedded in the Stardew Great Forest like a green ribbon. Arrived. Seeing this, Qian Daoliu's expressionless, cold face tightened slightly. He accelerated, flapping his wings and turning into a stream of light, heading straight for the Lake of Life. At the same time, the terrifying spirit power pressure of Alimit Douluo burst forth, sweeping wantonly in all directions, pressing down on the area around the Lake of Life. At this moment, in a small cottage in the woods by the Lake of Life, the current 100,000-year soft bones rabbit, Xiao Wu, had been replaced by the Xiao Wu who was the sheath of the Asura god sword, reborn from 10,000 years in the future. Discovering that she had actually been reborn and had seen her deceased mother, Eru, once again. Xiao Wu was incredibly excited and moved, greedily enjoying the days spent with her mother. In this lifetime, Xiao Wu secretly swore to herself. She must protect her mother, Da Ming, and Ming well and rekindle her relationship with third brother. But suddenly, sensing a terrifying spirit power pressure erupting from afar and sweeping towards her wantonly, Xiao Wu couldn't help but be stunned. It was simply unbelievable. What is going on? According to her memories, it wasn't yet the day when that detestable Bibi Dong would bring Spirit Hall spirit masters to hunt her mother. Moreover, when her mother was hunted back then, it wasn't like this. What on earth is going on? Such powerful spirit power pressure. Inside the small cottage in the woods. Upon sensing the terrifying, abyss-like spirit power pressure released by Qian Daoliu, Xiao Wu's mother, Eru, who had a cultivation base of over 200,000 years and had transformed into human form, couldn't help but change her expression, her heart filled with fear and shock. Sensing a life-or-death crisis, Eru hurriedly took the still untransformed Xiao Wu and ran out of the small cottage, preparing to flee. At this time, the Titan giant ape, Ming, was also awakened by Qian Daoliu's spirit power pressure and rushed to the small cottage, wanting to protect Eru and Xiao Wu. The Sky Azure Bull Python, who was swimming in the Lake of Life, was the same. Anti-Ru Xiao Wu, X2. However, before Eru could escape with Xiao Wu, along with the Titan giant ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python. In the sky, a golden stream of light suddenly descended from the heavens, falling to a height of over 50 meters, where it hovered. This golden stream of light was revealed to be a man dressed in golden finery, with a tall and upright stature, long golden hair draped over his shoulders, 4 pairs of golden wings on his back, a handsome yet cold appearance, and an aura of abyss-like coldness and dead silence emanating from his entire body. It was none other than Qian Daoliu. Where do you want to go? Qian Daoliu stood in the air, his voice indifferent and cold, resounding from the sky. Roar. Human, what do you want to do? Seeing Qian Daoliu, the Titan giant ape's eyes instantly turned red. He clenched his fists, which were like battering rams, and roared angrily, blocking in front of Eru and Xiao Wu. What do I want to do? Qian Daoliu spread the 4 pairs of golden wings behind him. His relatively small body released a terrifying spirit power pressure that almost distorted the surrounding air, and he said expressionlessly and coldly, "As a spirit master, of course, I am here to hunt spirit beasts. As long as this Sky Azure Bull Python, this Titan giant ape, and this soft bones rabbit can sacrifice themselves to me, I can leave right now. If you refuse, then I will take action myself to claim your rings and bones." Qian Daoliu looked indifferent as he pointed at the sky azure bull python, the Titan giant ape, and a Ru. Don't even think about it, X3. The sky azure bull python, the Titan giant ape, and Xiao Wu all shouted with extreme anger almost simultaneously. Because a long time had passed, Xiao Wu did not immediately recognize Qian Daoliu's identity. After all, not only had a long time passed, causing many memories to fade, but even Qian Daoliu's temperament had changed drastically. However, after glaring angrily at Qian Daoliu for a while, Xiao Wu finally recalled the identity of this somewhat familiar figure from her mind. That's right, he is Qian Daoliu. He is that high priest of Spirit Hall, Qian Daoliu. Discovering Qian Daoliu's identity, Xiao Wu was terrified. But how is this Qian Daoliu completely different from the Qian Daoliu in my memory? Could it be that I didn't actually reincarnate into the past? But Mother, Da Ming, and Ming are all exactly the same. However, after discovering Qian Daoliu's identity, Xiao Wu felt even more desperate. Because she remembered that Qian Daoliu was a level 99 limit Douluo. This Qian Daoliu's strength was likely even greater than that of Bibi Dong, Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and all the other Spirit Hall powerhouses from her previous life combined. Facing such an existence, how could she, her mother, Da Ming, and Ming possibly win? Was she, Xiao Wu, going to die right after being reborn? No. I haven't seen Third Brother yet. Sky Azure Annihilation Divine Thunder. Titan Firmament Break. Discovering that Qian Daoliu had come with ill intent, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, in their rage, both attacked, first deploying their domains and then unleashing their strongest attacks. From the pair of curved horns of the Sky Azure Bull Python, blinding cyan lightning bloomed, fusing in the air into a thick bolt of cyan lightning that violently struck towards Qian Daoliu. As for the Titan Giant Ape, he spread his arms, condensed a powerful air cannon, and also fiercely bombarded Qian Daoliu. Damned human die. However, facing the attacks of the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python, Qian Daoliu remained indifferent, neither dodging nor evading. He simply looked down from above like a deity, and dazzling golden light instantly bloomed from his body, turning into tangible golden light that condensed into a shield. Facing the indestructible shield, condensed from the golden light of the Golden Light Mantra. Neither the Sky Azure Bull Python's Sky Azure Annihilation, Divine Thunder, nor the Titan Giant Ape's Titan Firmament Break could shake the golden shield or cause any damage. That tangible golden shield could be said to be completely unscathed. What? Seeing this, the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python were simply desperate. How could this human be so strong? These were their strongest attacks. Petty tricks. Mere little monkey and little snake, you dare to show off before me. Great desolation imprisoning heaven hand. After easily blocking the attacks of the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python, Qian Daoliu spread the 4 pairs of golden wings behind him. Blinding golden light suddenly appeared in the sky, and with a soft utterance, his cold voice resounded through the air. The next moment, under Qian Daoliu's control, dazzling golden light bloomed once more. In the air, it transformed into a massive golden hand that covered the sky and blocked the sun, descending from the heavens like the 5 Fingers Mountain, heading straight for the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. Facing Qian Daoliu's great desolation imprisoning heaven hand, the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python naturally wanted to dodge. But the Titan Giant Ape, with the help of his gravity domain, managed to dodge successfully. However, the Sky Azure Bull Python, being Qian Daoliu's primary target, could not dodge. Even though he used the Sky Azure slowing divine light, it had no effect on the great desolation imprisoning heaven hand. This caused the Sky Azure Bull Python to be slapped directly onto the ground by the great desolation imprisoning heaven hand, instantly flattened into a compressed snake jerky. And although he had dodged the slap of the great desolation imprisoning heaven hand, but immediately after, the great desolation imprisoning heaven hand lifted its hand and swept across towards the Titan giant ape, still striking the Titan giant ape fiercely. Amidst a series of crack sounds of bone fractures, the Titan giant ape's entire skeletal structure was shattered, his internal organs ruptured, his eyes widened, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His massive body flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground and making no further sound. And that is it for today's chapter. If you enjoyed it, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an upload. Drop a comment below. I want to know what you think is coming next. See you in the next one.